racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson get right. Rolled all the way. He's looking round.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
1 light, 2 lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson get right. Rolled all the way. He's looking round.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice.
Strength in numbers is a force we can max. We raise our flags and put our pride on our back. We feeling like a champion when we shine our light. We got the power, make the nation correct. One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice.
One life, one dream, one moment, one team, one you, lights high, 1,000 roadblocks, one shot, one truth, no fears, one flag. Oh yeah, we've been waiting for this all year. We all at? We right here.
Ya empezó la rumba y estamos celebrando. Todo el mundo que me levante la mano. Estamos vivos, hay que disfrutarlo. Hoy nadie me detiene porque yo no sé parar. No, no. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause you
coming from. Every nation under the sun, elevating their favorite sign when he hit and run. You wanted it, you got it. The whole world is watching, so let's get this poppin'. We all out, we right.
Good afternoon to you and welcome to another edition of Today's Sports Life on your premium news, talk and sports radio station. We are the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. It's a lovely Sunday afternoon in the garden city of Port Harcourt. We've got the biggest stories making the rounds in the ever-exciting world of sports. The 5th day of July 2026. And hey, it's the first Sunday of the second half of the year. Where's my bell? Hold on. If you've made it this far, there is a lot to be grateful for. The start of the second half of the year. The first time, I'm sure a lot of you went to church. A lot of people were doing their mid-year Thanksgiving. Some did it last week, but hey, all gratitude and praise be to the Most High for us still being alive amongst all certain factors in the country at this point in time. So, hey, it's a lovely Sunday edition of Today's Sports Live. It's the marathon edition, by the way. For the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, we'll be doing justice to all of the major stories that you can find, not just in football, but in other sports as well. We'll be here from 1 till 6 p.m. That's why it's the marathon. We don't get tired of doing the business of talking sports on radio. My name is Somto Isaac, and hey, I'm not alone. I've got my mainest man, my realest guy in the house this afternoon. Ovie Wallace, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, to Somto. Good afternoon to Port Harcourt sports lovers. As always, always nice to be in the studio talking sports. It's a Sunday, fine Sunday morning, afternoon. You will see. I hope you went to church, and I did go to church.
You went to church?
Yes, I went. I don't. What's with you people
Wow.
when I say I go to church? You're making me
Son
feel like I
of
still about the
Solomon.
80s. Well, okay, we can see the Lego race. It's Formula One season continues, and we're in Silverstone. We already know the qualifiers. It's going to be a Ferrari 2-3, and then Mercedes, that became Antonelli, will be in P1, and we'll see how that race turns out. It's going to be a home race for all the British drivers: Arvid Lindblad, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, George Russell, and the rest. But lots of surprises coming across different sports across the globe. In football, we saw Paraguay almost hold France to maybe going into extra time. We expected it to be a trumping of Paraguay, maybe 3 or 4 goals to nothing, with the discussions we had in the studio yesterday. And we'll see actions continue today. We saw Morocco might probably be the best team. People are now looking at them as serious contenders for the World Cup. At that, we'll talk about all those, and you have to look at what's happening in tennis. Big surprises that we've had throughout this week: the number 2 and number 3 in the WTA out, Rybakina and Iga Swiatek out. The only strong woman still going on. You're still looking at Coco Gauff, you're still looking at Naomi Osaka, you're still looking at Sabalenka. Then in the men's side of things, also surprising exits to as well, to Joao Fonseca being knocked out as well, Tommy Paul being knocked out too as well, and Djokovic still continuing strong. We almost had a scare from Yannick Sinner. Almost being knocked out. He's been quite shaky, but we'll discuss all those, and I can't wait to dive in and dissect everything that's happening in the various sports. You also have to look at NBA. The summer league has started. We'll see the new draft picks and them testing the floor with what they've got. You also have to look at the surprising trades that we've had. I don't know if maybe this might be the most surprising trade season, and then you have to look at LeBron. Where is this man going to head to? Is it going to be Miami? Is it going to be Cleveland Cavaliers? I saw Cleveland Cavaliers are looking to maybe bring Bronny James into Cleveland Cavaliers to try and lure LeBron. You also have to look at Jaylen Brown being traded to the Philadelphia 76ers, Ja Morant being welcomed to the Portland Trail Blazers. So a lot of surprises. Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. A lot of surprises around the various sports around the world, and I just can't wait to dissect all of them.
Okay, there's before we go into the crux of the day very, very shortly, I hear the Senegalese delegation has been left stranded in the United States, and this is following the cancellation of a special flight arranged to bring the team home after the elimination from the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Now, the Teranga Lions exited the tournament after they lost to Belgium in the round of 16. Now, according to reports, there is a disagreement between the Senegal Ministry of Sports and the Senegalese Football Federation. This has led to the cancellation of the chartered return flight. Now, the development has left part of the delegation stranded in the United States, with players and officials facing uncertainty over their travel arrangements. Now, neither the Ministry of Sports nor the Senegalese Football Federation has issued an official statement explaining the situation, and we hear efforts are expected to continue to resolve and facilitate the delegation's return to Senegal. I say all of this because Senegal's elimination from the World Cup came under spotlight because it's unusual how they played, how they competed at the World Cup, especially also from the first game against France. It looked like they were in the game, but at the end of the day, a lot of people were questioning how they fared against France. Second game against Norway, hey, that should be a game where you can at least get a point. But they lost. Third game against Iraq, I think they did the goods, 5-star performance. But then in that round of 16 performance against Belgium, you're 2 goals ahead with 4 minutes of normal time left to play. And the game somehow, 86 and 89 minutes, it's equalized 2-2. Not just that, it seemed like, okay, let's get it to penalties if we can't win it in normal and extra time. And they concede a penalty in the 5th minute of the 120th minute. And that was the latest goal scored in World Cup history by Yuri Tillemans from the penalty spot to eliminate Senegal from the tournament. There was also news of how Senegal's World Cup camp was. Yeah. The coach, Pape Thiaw, we hear he did not sign a new contract until probably their first game against Norway. There's also, and it seems like the new contract was just something to hold on to until after the World Cup, because we hear it seems like they might not even progress with a new contract for him after the World Cup. There was a lot of instability in the camp. We heard that the delegation of Senegal started bringing friends, family, content creators into the camp. There was just something off about Senegal in the World Cup. That now culminated in, what's his name?
Pape
Gueye now releasing a statement after that game against Belgium. He was never going to play for the national team again if the current coaching staff are still involved. From top to bottom, it seemed like ever since they had that brouhaha in the final of the Africa Cup of Nations, until even after when they stripped them of the Africa Cup of Nations title, something has been fundamentally wrong with Senegal. And some people want to put this at the doorstep of the coach, Pape Thiaw, because the whole disorganization showed when he initially told his team to walk off the pitch against Morocco. Do you pin that at his doorstep? There's just a lot of destability in the Senegal camp.
Pape Thiaw is one of the big factors that you just have to blame when it comes to the disarray or the way things have kind of crumbled in the Senegalese camp, because as you said, it started from the AFCON final against Morocco. He was the one that ordered the team to leave the pitch due to the penalty, and
players like even Sadio Mane was still saying the players should come back.
Said
El Hadji said, listen, tell the players to come back.
And that's the reason why they are still in court and they are still fighting for if the AFCON title is theirs or if the AFCON title belongs to Morocco. And then you have to look during that.
But did he make a mistake doing that? Because you can say he's fighting for justice. But then what I'm saying in essence is that it seemed like the whole disorganization, because you don't tell your team to walk off the pitch.
Yes, you do not.
Though that was an extreme measure for him to get justice. It seemed like he worked out at the end, but in the latter end, it seemed like it did not still work out because they've been stripped of the title. But then, I'm just saying, does that show disorganization? Does that disorganization now reflect on the team in general? Because, like I said, you don't tell the team to walk off the pitch, and the disorganization seems like it's still there until after the Africa Cup of Nations.
No, it's still there. I think that's affected the team in general, because it's as if we had from that point, as if we had two camps divided. We had Pape Thiaw, and then we had Mane's crew. Some followed the coach's advice and left the match. Sadio Mane still saw that there was still enough time
trying to play peacemaker.
To play peacemaker, as you want to say, in that match. So you would want to blame Pape Thiaw for that disarray, and I would say maybe not addressing it.
Would there have been enough time? Because that was going to virtually, I think, be the last kick of the game.
It's football. There is enough time. As you saw, Senegal lost a 2-goal advantage 10 minutes before the final whistle, anything could have happened. We saw Argentina and Capo Verde. Capo Verde took Argentina
To the limit.
to the limits, and we saw the effect. It had a very beautiful goal from Capo Verde, and it took on to late into extra time that they got that goal. So anything could happen. So I'll say after doing that, they're not also addressing the team after from the whole disarray and all, and then we also how it also affected the whole Senegalese FE not renewing his contract, as you did see, and he was heading into this, as you say, without a contract and all, and it was just okay, touch and go from here. Let's see what he can give us at the World Cup. They did fine till that game against Belgium, as they were 2 goals up. It felt like they were into the next round. Belgium was going to be out, and then we just saw them crumble. And we've seen the cracks has been building up with them. Pape Gueye coming out saying he has quit the national team until Pape Thiaw leaves. And this is one of your best midfielders in the Senegalese team, and we've seen how instrumental he's been in that team. So for Senegalese team, if they can't fix this crack, and I think the crack has to first start with, I think, removing Pape Thiaw from that position. Because you just have to say he's also been suspended by CAF. Yes, by CAF.
For 10 games.
Yeah. So there's no use having a coach that will be suspended during the AFCON qualifiers and all. So I think he's done well getting them to that AFCON final, winning the AFCON, although he's not theirs anymore. But I think the man has already caused a rift in that squad. And for a national team where you don't really have enough time to actually build that bond and build that structure, you don't want the person that is leading that, or that is building that bridge, that is bringing that wall between the players, between the FE and the players, to be the one that is also causing cracks in the team. So the best solution for the Senegalese FE, because I've said, the delegation, some are still at the World Cup, and some have returned to their home and their various clubs and also this just shows you how much of how much trouble there is between the Senegalese FA, the coaches, and the players. And the only solution is just one man. That is just Pape Thiaw, because you said he's the fulcrum of all this. It started from his orders for them to leave the pitch during the AFCON qualifiers. So you have to also see some player. Well, I won't really blame the players, because it's your coach that is talking. Then it just comes to your own decision and to your own common sense to say, okay, I think I'll still stay on the pitch. And I think that was what Sadio Mane did, and that was the only saving grace they had. Because if not, I think Morocco would have been handed that title right there and then. Even without the referee even giving them time and not to still come back, they would have been handing the title there and then. So, Pape Thiaw has been the fulcrum of this from the start of the AFCON final to now. Someone that does not have a contract is still in the team. So, what's best? Try and eliminate that problem. We've seen African teams. We saw Morocco sack the same coach that took them to that AFCON final, the same coach that took them to the semi-finals of the World Cup in 2022. Now they've got a new coach and he's still performing with this same team. They maybe even better results. I don't know if they'll reach the semi-final. They take on France next, but they're into the quarter-finals and they've performed extremely well. A 3-0 thrashing of co-hosts yesterday, Canada, and they playing amazing, beautiful football. Makes you wonder why they have to do those antics. But then again, look at the antics. It's still the coach's problem. The coach's problem there, because it's still the coaches that are still giving you the advice. So the coaches are still giving you these instructions and everything. So as much as a coach can have a positive impact on the team, can also have a negative impact on the team, and that's also what Nigeria too have been trying to leave when it comes to coaching problem. And now we've already have maybe a coach that's brought that positive mindset to that squad, and Senegal, and we actually want to hold tight to this coach. So the same could be said for the Senegalese team. You want to take that next step. You want to still be a powerhouse in African football. You should not still keep the people that are going to drag you down, and I think Papi Thiaw is going to be one of the big problems, because this is a very different. I think this is a very different mindset than having a top coach in a club side. A top coach in a club side, because when you're a top coach in a club side, if they try to get you out, you can say you can as there is no way something like that will happen, and then you will try and get Pep Guardiola out of the team, or get the Jurgen Klopp out of the team. That's not going to be able to work, because no matter the kind of power you have, you can't push them out of power through player power, superstar power. That's just impossible. But for a national team, it's a different ball game, because you're getting the best of the best from their various clubs, and he's just trying to patch things up.
Okay. Interesting thoughts there from Ovie Wallace. We'll definitely get back into the football side of things on the show. Ovie Wallace still here. My name is Sumto Isaac, by the way, and just to give you a rundown of how the show will progress this afternoon from, of course, 1 p.m., which we have started. We'll sink our teeth into other sports stories. We'll discuss about other sports, from tennis to boxing to Formula One. It's going down in Silverstone this afternoon in Formula One. Is also going down in the UK. There are a lot of festivities. Wimbledon still continues in the UK in boxing. Hey, potential Alexander Usyk against Deontay Wilder fight seems to be on the cards. Don't forget what is also going down in the local side of Nigerian sporting stories. And from 3 p.m, definitely we'll continue the Senegal discourse on the table. Daniel Daga, we hear, has been acquitted of all blames. And this is why we say innocent until found guilty. There was an issue with Thomas Partey and Jet Spence. Jet Spence refusing to shake the hand of Thomas Partey. Daniel Daga has been acquitted of those charges of rape. Molda FK have released a statement according to that one. All of those things will happen on the football side of things. Of course, it's still going down in the FIFA World Cup. Morocco booking their place for a second consecutive quarterfinal appearance at the World Cup. 3-0, they defeated co-hosts Canada yesterday, and of course Kylian Mbappe with his 7th goal of the FIFA World Cup against Paraguay to send Le Bleu into the quarterfinal, where they will face the Atlas Lions of Morocco tonight. It happens in the World Cup, 11 p.m. Nigerian time. 9 p.m. Nigerian time is Brazil against Norway. Erling Haaland against Gabriel Magalhaes continues. Another installment of that classic 1v1 encounter continues tonight from 9 p.m. and from 1 a.m. Mexico against England. England surviving against DR Congo. Mexico have not conceded a single goal at this World Cup. What gives when the two teams straight tackle from 1 a.m. And also, don't forget, from 4:30 p.m., we continue the transfer special. By the way, we'll discuss European football on the show from 3 p.m. to 4:30, and from 4:30 p.m. it is the transfer show. Denzel Dumfries has been announced as a new player for Real Madrid. Nathaniel Brown has also moved to Bayern Munich. A lot of transfer stories happening. I did tell you yesterday, Leandro Trossard could be on his way out of Arsenal if he does decide to accept what Besiktas are offering him. We hear Arsenal have accepted a bid of around 20 million euros for the sale of Leandro Trossard. So a lot of things happening in the transfer window. We'll discuss and dedicate an hour and 30 minutes to discussing transfer stories from 4:30 till 6 p.m. But until then, we'll start with some other stories, other sports stories on today's Sports Live. By the way, the show remains very, very conversational. 0810 951 0951. 0810 951 0951. I'll take it again slowly this time. 0810 951 0951. And the SMS and WhatsApp portal is always open. You're getting your thoughts by the hour, by the minutes, by the second. 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. That's the SMS and WhatsApp portal. Also live on YouTube is Today951 FM. Today951 FM on Facebook is Today95.1 FM. You can connect with us via social media handles. On Instagram and X is Today FM 951. Today FM 951. Same handle for Twitch. We're also live, Today FM 951. And you can also listen via the audio-only website. Hey, you can send this to friends, partners, spouses, loved ones. www.todayfmlive.com. www.todayfmlive.com. Click the listen live section either via the homepage or from the menu list. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, I am ready. Sumto Isaac here, of your Wallace also in the house. Let's get into the thick of things as we kick off today's action on Today Sports Live. Let's start with some other sports stories on the local scene first. Nigeria's sprint hurdler, Toby Amuson, delivered another impressive performance by finishing second in the women's 100 meters hurdles at the Prefontaine Classic in Eugene, Oregon. Now, Amuson crossed the finish line in 12.34 seconds to claim second place behind American star Masai Russell, who stormed to victory with a winning time of 12.24 seconds. Devin Charlton completed the podium, placing third after clocking 12.41 seconds, and the result continues Amuson's encouraging run of form on the international circuit as she builds momentum ahead of her upcoming major championships. Apart from Toby Amuson, there's also another Nigerian doing some great things. A Nigerian sprinter, Kanyishola Ajayi, announced himself on the global stage with a sensational victory in the men's 100 meters at the Eugene Diamond League, equaling the Nigerian national record with a blistering time of 9.84 seconds. Ajayi produced a superb performance to beat a strong field of elite sprinters, finishing ahead of Jamaica's Oblique Seville, who crossed the line in 9.89 seconds, while American Christian Coleman claimed third place in 9.95 seconds. The remarkable run not only secured Ajayi's biggest career win, but also saw him match the Nigerian 100 meters record, underlining his status as one of the country's biggest sprinting talents. The victory is another significant milestone for Nigerian athletics. The victory also further cements Ajayi's place among the world's leading sprinters as the season gathers momentum. Ovie Wallace, Toby Amuson, placing second at the Prefontaine Classic in Eugene, Oregon, finishing second, 12.34 seconds, behind Masai Russell, the American star, who finished in 12.24 seconds. Devin Charlton finishing third, by the way, in 12.41 seconds. Your thoughts on what's going on for the Nigerian athletes? You can start with Toby Amuson. Building momentum, of course. The Commonwealth Games is around the corner.
Yes, for Toby Amuson, second at Prefontaine, a very good one for him. You have to look at previous results before getting up to this point in Eugene. She was third in Shanghai, she was second in Xiamen, and now she also had the win in Rabat as well too. So she's been going upward, as you want to see. The trajectory has been trending up. She was just beaten by 0.10 seconds, 0.10 seconds against an Olympic champion. And this time she set 12.34 seconds, that season best. So even if you say it's a defeat for her, this looks like to be a form of a marking in the right direction, to show that yes, she's going in the right place. And the Commonwealth Games are coming up, a very good build for her to get up to speed, get up to track, to win the Commonwealth Games. So for Toby Amunso, 200 meter hurdle, 12.34 seconds, finishing in second. A good statement for Nigeria heading into the Commonwealth Games in preparations for her. We also have to look at this was still the same time she also set for her world record in 2022. So lots of things to build up on for Toby Amuso, and Silva is not bad, especially when we have to look at the world stage and who she had to come up against. And then I think the best we've had at the Prefontaine, and this man just keeps on performing week in, week out, and delivering best results, is Kanyinsola Ajayi. I think the man has shown that he could be one of the fastest men in the world. He beat Jamaica's reigning champion, Oblique Seville. We also had Americans Kenneth Bednack there. We had Christian Coleman, three of the fastest men alive right now. And he came out with a good day. He also equaled his own Nigerian national record to show you that what he did then wasn't a fluke, and he can maintain that speed and even go as far as surpass that. And he's just coming back from winning his NCCA title on the same track that he did have the diamond, that is the Hayfield track. So we've shown that just at 20-year-old, the man is already beating a reigning world champion. He's already equaling national records. And you have to look at the Commonwealth game that's coming up, the NCCA title victory that you also had last 3 weeks ago too. So all these victories, all this good news, both for him on a personal level and both for Nigeria, this is all good news, because we have someone that we might actually one day maybe call one of the fastest men alive. He still has a lot to build up. He's still quite young, and I say even with good resources, if he's given if he's paid attention to, he's well taken care of, the good training program, and let's just say Nigeria does not happen to him, then what are you saying? Kanyinsola Ajayi might be one of the, or even not the fastest man alive in a few years' time to come, and he's already done that, dominating the collegiate athletics events, and now going to the world stage. So we'll see what the Commonwealth Games and holds in store for him, because it's going to be a mouth-watering event, and you have to look at the Nigerians that are going to be in that event. Also have to look at Ezekiel Nathaniel. If you want to look at the people that did perform in Prefontaine, although you see he finished 8th, but he had 2 reigning world champions on the start list. He had Botswana's Colin and USA's Rai Benjamin. So Nigerians have been trying their best there. We have Ella Onujuwewu. She was in the women's 400 meters. She finished 5th. It was her league debut. Both her and Kanyinsola Ajayi, both on their first try, trying their best. For Kanyinsola first, for Ella, a 5th place finish. Not too bad for her. Then our own national hero, Chukwuebuka Enekuichi, the men's shot put, and the African record holder, finishing 6th in that event. So Nigerians performed well. We also have to look at Favour Ofili too in the women's 100 meter, even though we have to look at all the problems that surrounds her and the Nigerian team. She finished 8th in the women's 100 meter, which was won by Melissa Jefferson, and then we also had Shai Carrie Richardson as well too, when you have to look at the top women there. So lots to expect from Nigeria at Prefontaine, and we are just looking at this and looking at the Commonwealth Games. That's what to expect. We're expecting good things from Toby Amuso, Kanyinsola Ajayi. They've already said their names. They've already put their names on the map as big contenders, not just in Africa, but also on the world stage.
Interesting thoughts there from Ovi Wallace. For Ajayi, what's the limit for him when it comes to the Commonwealth Games? Either what do you think could be, I don't want to say a prediction, but what do you think could be the goods that they come out with in the Commonwealth Games?
for Toby Amuson, she's already multiple time champion when it comes to Commonwealth Games. I think she's won it back to back. So it should be a breeze for her. For Kanyinsola Ajayi, I should expect the same thing too, as if he's going to be running the same 100-meter, even if it's going to be the release. I can expect him, if he's taking the first leg, the anchor leg, or he's taking the last leg, it's still going to be all okay for Nigeria. For Kanyinsola Ajayi, as you said, one of the fastest men alive in the world right now. I think we could even put Kanyinsola in the top 10 or maybe in the top 15 right now that actually know what they are doing. And I've said the boy is quite young, just 20 or 21 years old, and he still got a lot to still give on the world stage. Now we just hope that Nigeria do nurture him well, and then we don't have the same issue that popped up with Favour Ofili pop up with him. If not, we'll be losing one of our biggest talent and biggest stars to a top country or a rival country. So for the Commonwealth Games, I think I'm quite calm about it, because when it comes to the athletes that we have, I think we have, if not the best when it comes to Commonwealth countries. I think not the best. Kanyinsola, Toby Amuson, Nathaniel too is also coming up too. We saw what they did in the 4x100, the same team. Chukwuebuka Nekwechi, as you said, the African record holder. So if he's not getting a gold medal, he's getting a silver medal in that event. Favour Ofili too as well too. Things might be shaky. I don't think they've set out for the Commonwealth Games. I don't know about that, but I'll check on it. But for Favour Ofili, it should be no issue for her getting past the finish line with a podium finish when it comes to the Commonwealth Games.
All right, let's talk some boxing because Deontay Wilder's co-manager, Shelley Finkel, he has confirmed that the former world heavyweight champion would welcome a fight with Alexander Usyk. Usyk is reportedly targeting a fight with Wilder after vacating his WBC, IBF, and WBA belts to free him from his mandatory title commitments. Very, very interesting one there, spanning out from the world of boxing. And still in the world of boxing, we hear that the heavyweight champion, Alexander Usyk, is in talks with Dana White's Zuffa Boxing for a farewell fight against Deontay Wilder in America. Now, the Ukrainian vacated his WBA, Super, WBC, and IBF heavyweight titles last week, but insisted he has not retired and wants one last dance. Usyk is 39 years of age. He is unbeaten in 25 professional fights and is widely regarded as one of the greatest fighters of his generation, while Wilder is 40 years of age. He's a former world champion, but well past his peak. Now, Usyk's team director, Sergei Lapin, told the BBC Sports that Usyk has already stated that he sees Deontay Wilder as the opponent for his last dance. Over here, there's a lot of talk about Usyk's last dance, a fight potentially with Deontay Wilder to be the one for Alexander Usyk. First of all, do you legit see this as Usyk's last dance?
Yes. We had this conversation with Big John last week about Usyk's last dance, and maybe the man should not have even come out to see his last dance and should have just retired like that, because it feels like he just wants to just still have some relevance in the sport. Because what's there to achieve? Who's there to fight? You've beaten everyone from the cruiserweight up to the heavyweight. You've been a 2-belt champion. You've been an undisputed champion in the 4-belt era as well too. So what's really there to achieve anymore in the sport? And all the belts have been shared, and all. For his last dance, do I think this is his last dance? Yes. I think it's done.
What do you think what do you think is the reason for that?
He's at his peak.
His peak or his limit?
You want to say peak or
because I could say people like Anthony Joshua are at their limit. Tyson Fury. It's almost like they cannot pass this ceiling where they are.
Okay, yeah.
But it looks like Usyk can still give a few more good years.
I think limit will be the best definition of it. I think limit is the right word, not peak, because it looks like he could give more. I was talking about this with Picture, and I felt this man could still have like maybe 5 fights or 3 fights left in him when he before he called this.
That's
off.
Usyk, yeah?
Yeah, Usyk, because I knew he was already talking about retiring, that he was going to have 3 fights left in him, but I was like, okay, Rico Verhoeven was the first one. We're looking at 2 more fights. I was expecting maybe one between maybe a rematch between Verhoeven, and then maybe ending things with maybe a Fury or whoever wants to come for his belt, maybe someone from the younger generation, maybe Tama Kabaya was also there again. To Ajit Kabaya too was also, they were also looking at that fight too as well. So I was looking at all those. But you also have to look at that fight against Rico Verhoeven. This man was also pushed to the extreme by someone
Who's not a boxer.
Yeah, who's not a boxer. You might say Verhoeven is younger. Verhoeven is younger, and Usyk is facing someone that he does not know his style. He's not someone that you can just go and watch kickboxing and then you will not understand what he's going to bring to the table there. It's different from when you analyze a boxing match and you know, okay, this is what my opponent is going to do when he's coming with the uppercut, when he's moving towards me. This is how I defend, this is how I block and all. But for Rico Verhoeven, it's something new, something fresh, so you can't really predict what he's going to bring into the ring. But Usyk is a very smart man. And we've seen him, the way he moves in the ring. He's very fast. He's very quick on his feet, and quick thinking as well too. He knows when to attack. He knows when to defend. He knows when to pick his opponents. One of, if not top 3 greatest boxers, or maybe top 5 greatest boxers that we have of all time. So it looked like he was already getting to that limit, and he didn't want to push it any further, especially with this new generation coming up and everyone wants a piece of him. You have 4 belts, and we also, the issue that he had with, was it the IBF, that he had to relinquish it just because this man just wanted a break. I think he was coming off the fight against who did he fight? I think that was Deontay Wilder also. I think Wilder. I've forgotten he fought, but he came off that match, and it was Daniel Dubois. Yeah, he came off that fight, and it was okay. You have your next title defense, so the man just couldn't have catch a break. But that's what it is when you have all the belt, when you have all the gold. That means multiple opponents, multiple title fights, multiple defenses, and it just takes a toll on your body. And they just have so much fights, or so many fights you can take, or so many fights human body can take in a year. Although some will say maybe current boxers and the amount of fights they have now has reduced, but I think things have evolved and all, and the human body and conditioning too as well too. So for Alexander Usyk, a last dance. That's for sure a last dance. His limit has been reached, and to push it could be detrimental to the man's career and to also boxing as well too. Because what happened if he has lost to Rico Verhoeven? That is losing the title. I think that was for the WBO title. That was losing the title, and also losing your prestige as the greatest boxer to someone that is just switching over to boxing for the first time. And from there, the man would have called it quits and retired. But you're looking at what's next after that fight. Who do I fight next? Do I fight the younger guys who are faster, who are bigger? Because that's also one of the easy ways to lose your prestige. And know when you go for the younger ones, especially top ones like Caballero, you look at Moses Itauma as well too. I was talking with this with Big John, I was really hoping for a Moses Itauma and Alexander Usyk fight, because we saw the beef and all, and we're looking okay. He has taken everyone out. He has not taken out Caballero, he has not taken out Itauma, and these guys are rising heavyweights boxers in the world, so why don't have a go at them? But what if he has a go at them and then they do drop him to his feet? Because you have to look, Joshua couldn't drop the man, Fury couldn't drop the man, Daniel Dubois could not drop the man, and these are one of the heaviest hitters in boxing. I'm not saying Itauma is not quite a strong puncher, but you have to look at the power that he does possess, and you have to compare that with someone as big, strong as Tyson Fury, someone as fast and big as Anthony Joshua, Daniel Dubois too as well too. So looking at those big, those boxers, so I think it's time for the man to call it quits before he gets pulled down from that ladder. It's better he quietly just steps down from the ladder himself and let the rest climb up. If not, they'll pull him down from it. And for the fight against Deontay Wilder as as his last dance. For Wilder, I think Wilder came back after the comeback fight he had, and he beat his opponent. It's a good match, and for Wilder that would be a good way to, if he does beat Alexander Usyk, end the man's career and put a blemish on his so far perfect record. But I do not advise that. I think it's just better to just
Derek Chisora,
yeah,
comeback
Derek
fight.
Chisora, yes, Derek Chisora, Derek Ward Chisora. That was, he retired Derek. Although Chisora says he's not done and everything, but I think the man is done. So he's retired Derek. So why not turn to the legend killer and start retiring people?
But not him, they're supposed to even retire. But that even brings the question: can Wilder beat Alexander Usyk? Is that possible?
I don't think it's possible for Wilder to beat Usyk. Even if Usyk,
Even if Usyk retires next month.
even if Usyk retire next month, I don't think he will beat him. Even if it's an exhibition, even if it's a fight. Deontay Wilder is still trying. So far, so good. Since his comeback, he's only had one fight, and that's against Derek Chisora. You see, Chisora did try his best, but this is also another match that's also at his limits. Chisora. We also after that match, Wilder was, I want Joshua. I think Joshua was in attendance for that match. He said he wanted Joshua and all, and maybe a big step for the man to want to take on Joshua, especially after that fight against Derek Chisora. So he still got a lot to still work on so far in his career. He's not taking on a big man like that. I think out of the opponents he's faced, I think the only one that really stands out, or one of the players that stands out, is Tyson Fury, and he had 3 bouts with the man. The first one was a draw, and then he lost back to back to Tyson Fury. So I look at losses to Joseph Parker and Zhile Zhang. We all know that match against Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker brutalized the man. A unanimous decision win, brutalized him, and he came back after that against Zhile Zhang, still lost against that before he had his fight against Tyrell Anthony, and then building on that confidence took on Derek Chisora, and you will see retired the man after a split decision in 12 rounds. So that means that match could have gone either way, and if you want to take on the best of the best in Alexander Usyk, I think you have to be undeniable. It has to be inevitable that yes, I could take on this man from your previous performances, and maybe he's still years ahead of his time if he wants to take on Alexander Usyk. But you just want to give him a chance that maybe he could try his best. But I think people better than him weren't able to do it. Fury wasn't able to do it. People, yeah.
So you think Deontay Wilder is not even top 3 tough opponents that Usyk would ever face?
No, he's not. He's not. Yes, I would say when it comes to boxers out of the United States, he has carried that flag, because you don't really have many of them from the United States. It's mostly from the British, or you have them from Russia, or as we had the Klitschko brothers. We've seen Moses Tamato as well, to British and Nigerian, Kabayoto as well, to also from those Ukraine and Russia and the rest. So it's very hard to say. Well, we did have Muhammad Ali, one of the best boxers to come from the United States. So very few of them. But I won't attribute it to a place of birth and all. I think it's the ability he's shown so far, and if you want to do a comparison between him and the opponents Usyk has faced, I don't think he comes anywhere close. He is not taking on it AJ. He's only taking on a Tyson Fury, who has beaten him twice. they fought 3 times, and the first one was a draw. Yes, to give you that confidence, and then back-to-back losses from him, and there's no way you're going back. That already ends a supposed trilogy that you want to have with the man. And then Joseph Parker, who's also another top boxer. He lost to Zhilei Zhang too, as well, to another top boxer, very heavy puncher as well too. So if we're going to put top 5 boxers that could step up to Alexander Usyk, I don't think his name will be mentioned there. Maybe that's why maybe that's why Alexander Usyk wants to take him on. It feels like this should be an okay fight. I could maybe
Sticking him on as per. I can use this one to wrap up with a win.
I can just want to just wrap it up with a win. Maybe just try
It's kind
and
of disrespectful to the caliber of who Deontay Wilder or what his career has been, and disrespecting. Okay, let me not say disrespecting, underrating him to that extent without be the failure of Usyk in this fight, if it does happen.
Usyk, no, that's my own thought of Usyk underestimating him. But we all know Usyk never goes into a match underestimating an opponent, and we've seen him from the way he moves in the ring. No matter where you're coming from, he does not look at you as, okay, this guy does not. This is someone that's coming from the cruiserweight division, someone that was doubted to be able to conquer the heavyweight division, coming from a weight class lower, and it's very hard to do something like that, coming from a weight class lower, to take out the top boxers in the heavyweight division. And the man did it despite his size and all. He was able to take the crown from whoever was sitting at top and sat on the throne, and since then he hasn't budged until he decided to relinquish the throne to the younger generation and to what's left of the other top boxers as they try and scramble to who sits on which throne for now. So for Deontay Wilder, for me, I believe it shouldn't be much of a fight, although yes, he's going to put on a show. Yeah, he's going to put on a show. I don't think unless maybe he just wants to end things quickly. But Usyk has never ended things quickly. I don't think we've seen Fury knock out someone in the first minute or in the first round. He likes to build things up. He likes to stalk his opponents. He's like a prey in the ring, and stalks his opponent, watches what he does, and before you know it, you're on the mat. And the referee is coming to you. How many fingers am I holding up? Trying to check if you're still in the game. And before you know, he sees that little crack. And then when he continues, he bounces on you. And before you know it, it's either a TKO or a straight knockout from the man. So a match against Deontay Wilder, as much as Deontay Wilder is coming back into the game, he will have a lot to do if he wants to topple the man Alexander Usyk. And Usyk is not underestimating him, but I will say I am underestimating him. That I don't think it's going to be much of a fight between him and Alexander Usyk if they do share a ring.
What do you think about a potential fight between Alexander Usyk and Deontay Wilder? 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call. And also the SMS and WhatsApp portal is still very active. 0701-933-9962. Those are the connection portals you can use to get across to us on the show. Alexander Usyk against Deontay Wilder. A big fight feel, which Alexander Usyk has been rumored to say this is where he draws the curtain on his boxing career. Would that really happen? And if it does happen, which of these gentlemen, not so gentlemen in the ring though, would you be tipping to get the victory against each other? 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call. Oh, before we move away from boxing stories, Moses Itauma has been ordered by the IBF, by the way, to hold talks with Cuba's Frank Sanchez about fighting for the vacant heavyweight title. Last week, Alexander Usyk relinquished his IBF, WBA Super and WBC belts. Now, the IBF have said that, and I quote, in accordance with the IBF championship rules, it wants Sanchez, who is number 1 in the heavyweight rankings, to fight number 3 contender, Itauma. It also said they have until the 29th of July to reach an agreement. Itauma is 21 years of age, by the way. He's scheduled to fight against Croatia's Filip Hrgovic at the London's O2 Arena on the 29th of August in what he has called the toughest fight. Now, there's a deadline 29th of July to reach an agreement, and he has a fight on 29th of August. If that agreement is reached, for him to fight for the IBF championship against Frank Sanchez, is this rushed? Is this too much pressure on him? Does he actually find a way to make it work?
It's going to be hard to, and this is the problem with the IBF.
Yeah, exactly.
This is just their problem, and they were just putting pressure when Alexander Usyk after a fight. Say you would defend that title. I don't care if you had a fight, you would defend that title, and the man just wants a break. That's why you have to see. I don't see. Me wanna just take this title.
But when you decide to contend for the undisputed championship, that's what you get.
Yeah,
you should know this.
That is what you get. When you have all the titles, you have all the belts, because everyone wants to go for the man at the top, and you cannot be sitting on 4 thrones and not expect 4 challengers to come and challenge you for it. You cannot rule over 4 kingdoms and not expect 4 different armies or multiple armies to come for you. But the only reason why I would say that I'm really happy that they are both fighting is we have to look at Ajit Kabayel and the man being handed the WBO title that he was handed after what's his name, or is it the WBC title that after Usyk relinquished it, he was handed it. And I thought during this discussion with Big John, you don't want to just elevate the champion. I think just because he's the interim contender, that does not mean he should just be handed the title like that. He should. There's a ranking, and anything can happen in that ranking. Why not Cabello take on the person that is the next contender, and then we see who should be given the WBC title.
As of now, he's the WBC heavyweight champion.
Yeah, as of now, the WBC heavyweight champion. So he should not have been handed that title. Look at what the IBF is doing. They could have just handed Moses Tama that title. He was the next in line for that, but they're saying no. Frank Sanchez is there. There's an equal chance, because right now it's just like the first and second are going to fight for the vacant title. So for him meeting up, I don't know if Moses is going to meet up, because it's about sacrificing one thing. Are you going to sacrifice your belt and just leave it all to that? Because I think he's going to have a fight to defend his title, and then after that, you also have to now look at fighting for the vacant IBF title, and the timeline between them is going to be short, and we all know the toll is going to have on his body. Even if he even knocks out his opponent during the first 5 rounds, because you have to look at the training before then, the build up, the mental stress and everything, and then stepping into that ring and then after that going to go and rework on your body and prepare for the next bout. So it's going to have a big effect on Moses Itauma, a very big effect on him. And for the IBF, well, I don't know how they are going to work it out, but the title is going to be on someone. He can just say, okay, I don't think I'll be able to do this, and then just leave the title for Frank Sanchez and then come back later to come and get it. But that's not always guaranteed, because you have to start climbing the ladder once again. So we'll see what Moses Tama does for this bout and for this fight. But for me, it's a welcome development. That at least they are letting the two boxers go head to head and to determine who should be rightfully crowned as the IBF heavyweight champion.
All right. Okay, let's move straight into the tennis stories. And Ovie Wallace, me, I don't understand you again. You leave WBC to welcome a storied and titled man, but he's allowed. And this storied and titled man will have to get a bell for me, because I have seen him come today. Also, it's today Father's Day again. Let me first give you this.
Very good afternoon to you. Very good afternoon.
Very good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Obi Wallace right here in the studio. I don't know if it's Father's Day or has anything to do with Father's Day
Looking like
today.
the Lord Bishop himself.
I'm telling you.
What we go do now? At least in all that we're going through, the best is keep yourself happy. The way Lewis Hamilton has been keeping himself happy these days. So much to expect from this young man. Did I just call him a young man? Yeah, he's a young man. He is. He's a young man.
When he reach 40.
He's still a young man. After all, from this side of the world where we are.
Well, in his sport, he's not young anymore.
Yeah, in his sport, he's not young. But this side, this is when you get into the sport where you can vie for an election as a youth president. Yeah, from 45, 50, you do that. So he's actually a young man, or would I call him a young chap at this point, using what we have right here as a yardstick to judge. But it's good to be here, Somto. I should have been here earlier on, but the weather, yes, it's not been too friendly.
No, I see that now. It's raining.
Okay, you're in here. You don't know what's happening.
Russia.
You're in Russia. Yeah, you don't know what's happening in Port Harcourt. So it's been raining cats of living down this side of the Niger. Sometimes it happens this way. You just have to take it and make good use of it. But it's good to be here. I've been listening to you guys. You talking a lot about Moses Itauma, boxing, and the rest. You just said you wanted to move into tennis.
Yeah, sure, you can still weigh in on anything you want to weigh in. Try it now.
It depends on what you want me to, but I think for me it's the right time.
Wilder.
Yeah, Usyk against Wilder.
Wilder has now been seen as a retirement opponent
for Usyk. That's what it should be, retirement opponent. I don't think Deontay Wilder is in the right frame or right shape right now to go for a high-profile boxing bout. Remember how he crumbled? The apex of that crumbling was against Zhang Zheng. One outright knockout that looked like something that no one could recover from, but good enough, he's beginning to pick patches of himself back. The last bout he had, I can't really pick the name, but it was a victory for him. And
you mean Wilder?
Yes, Wilder
against Chisora.
Yeah, Chisora. It was a victory for him, and Wilder, as usual, will get the big mouth. He'll start talking tough, which he did. I think he pointed some fingers to Anthony Joshua, calling him out. Everybody these days, once you get one win, you want to call out Anthony Joshua. But I think he's not yet set for a high profile match against Alexander Usyk. If it were to be a high profile bout, I think it would more or less damage what is left of his boxing career. But maybe good enough retirement bout for Alexander Usyk, having vacated his belt. That means the man is very close to returning back to his hometown in Ukraine and maybe just relaxing. So the best way to do that is this we could call an exhibition bout. It's very close to what we call an exhibition bout. There's nothing at stake. There is nothing to fight for.
The title gets on the line in that instance.
Which of the titles? Is there anyone he's still holding? I'm talking about Usyk right now, because anybody that needs a title is either you're fighting Kabayal, you're fighting what's his name again? Daniel Dubois, or maybe you're trying to look at using Moses Itauma to climb into that. But I think for Alexander Usyk, after vacating those belts, I don't think there is anything that would be left for anybody who wants to beat him at this point, because he doesn't have a belt for you to fight for. You can't come and say, yeah, I beat Usyk, so I am at par to go fight with the likes of Joseph Parker, Daniel Dubois, Kabayal, and the rest. So I think for me, anybody who is going over to fight Usyk at this point is just a simple Passover bout.
Maybe Wilder gets a belt before then.
If he gets a belt, but where does he want to get the belt from? Where does he want to get the belt from? He's not a mandatory challenger to any of the boxing belts, WBC, WBO, IBF, WBA. He's not a mandatory challenger. So he's still trying to grow himself to get to that point where he could challenge. So I don't know if there is any any available chance for him to get himself very competitive by maybe fighting any of these fighters who have decided to step away from the game. That is Alexander Usyk. So for me, Wilder should just keep growing, maybe just keep himself relevant until... I don't think Wilder has anything much to offer to boxing right now. Wilder is in his 30s. If I'm not mistaken, Wilder should be 34, 35. Deontay Wilder should be 34.
40 years of age.
Oh, he's even 40.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even take a look at that. So I know that he's 40. At 40, what do you want to... What else? Just hold on to the little one that you have. Oh, God, make you no go. Make they go blow nonsense come off for your head. Because these guys are young. I don't think Wilder can stand a Moses Itauma right now. Moses is fresh. Moses has not gotten to that point where we can call him big name in the world of boxing. But Moses is fresh. I don't think he can stand any of this. He can't stand Daniel Dubois. Dubois is about 26 or 27. Dubois is young. Dubois is a hard hitter. If Dubois gets 1, 2, 3 punches clear on Deontay Wilder, I don't think Wilder would live to tell the story. So he should just hold on to what he has. I like what Anthony Joshua is doing, keeping himself relevant.
How are we all shutting out? I mean, Ovie Wally said Wilder is just the potential skin peel for Usyk. And are we underestimating Deontay Wilder's expertise?
There is not. See, Wilder cannot. He can't see Usyk Wilder in the same ring. Wilder cannot.
See,
Wilder can't.
See,
because
sometimes you're as good as your last match. The last match was against an aging Derek
Chisora.
That it was.
In fact, after that one, Chisora retired. In fact, Chisora wanted to retire before that game.
Yeah.
He wanted to retire. It was more or less like farewell package.
Yeah. Even that fight, to me, should have been an exhibition. Should not have even been on the record. And that fight ended in a split decision against someone that was aged. If Chisora should step inside the ring with Usyk would deal with him. So that match ending in a split decision shows you that it could have gone either way, and it was really leveled. So Chisora, I would say Wilder is on that level where he too should be calling it quits. And he had even done it. He came back and said, "Okay, let me still fight." Although yes, so emotional for the man and all. To this day, he's giving his best to the business. But I think it's time for the man to call it quits. Maybe like Djokovic too will call it quits, because Roman Safilin is beating the man 5-2.
And it's the first set. So that's how we move into the world of tennis. Before we get into what's going on right now in Wimbledon, what is to be expected in Wimbledon also this afternoon, and for the day, Serena Williams, we hear her comeback is over after the legend pulled out of the doubles due to a knee injury on Saturday. Now, Williams and her sister Venus were due to play in the first round on Saturday, but Serena announced just hours before the match that her knee had not healed enough to play. She wrote on Instagram, and I quote, "I'm heartbroken to have withdrawn from the doubles." Of course, she's 44 years of age, a 23-time Grand Slam singles champion. She did suffer the injury during her defeat against Australia's Maya Joint in the first round of the Wimbledon singles tournament on Tuesday. That was her first singles match since the 2022 US Open after 4 years in retirement. The sisters, who won the Wimbledon doubles 6 times, were scheduled to face Sorana Syria and Camila Osorio after being given a wildcard entry into the event. Solana Sierra, by the way, apologies for that. Camila Osorio is the other woman in the doubles who the Williams sisters would have faced. Obviously, this is age telling on Serena. Is there any need to keep punching above her weight? She wants to compete in the US Open, at least to return back to flushing medals to compete in US. Is there any need to even keep up with this comeback act, because she lost in the first round against Maya Joint? No disrespect to Maya Joint, by the way, but she did then lose to Alexandra Ayala. But then you listen to Maya Joint, first round of Wimbledon, getting injured just before the start of your doubles campaign. Was this a mistake?
For me, I would say it was good for the sport when you have a legend return, but I think this is different from WWE where when a legend returns. You know, at least
that one is scripted. They go help your life.
That one is scripted, but this is no script. Your opponents are not going to look at you and pity you and say, "Let me just." They too want to head deeper into the competition, and there's just so much experience can get you. But you just have to look experience. And now on the Wimbledon, we all know how the ball bounces, how hard it is on grass, and we've seen many upsets. I think it may be even more than we had in the Roland Garros so far. So it's quite different, and you're coming back from a very, very, very long break to tennis. Just a few warm-ups here and there, doubles here, training here. You enter into a big competition like the Wimbledon. Take on my adjoint, who is even unseeded, and at least I think she at least managed to take one set. I think she managed to take one set in that match. So that's just as far as she can go in the doubles. I was not expecting anything from the doubles, though I expected it to be at least much easier than just you running around. At least you have someone to still cover your back, and although it's still going to be stressful, but at least the pressure will be quite less than you running from one end of the baseline to the other end of the baseline. So it's quite different, and if I should call that a mistake, I would call it a very big mistake that she returned to the sport. But it was nice seeing her, at least for her dear fans and all the guys that had a crush on her. Sometimes I know you're one of them.
I'm married now, please.
You're married to.
You don't.
You're married to.
You want set who up for here? Who do you want to set up here?
I'm not set. You tell us who you're married to now. I know that because I don't remember being invited for the wedding.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Anyway, sticking with the women's side of things, Iga Swiatek, she was dumped out of Wimbledon in the third round on Saturday. The woman, Alexandra Ayala, keeps punching above her weight. She has created more history for Philippines. Straight sets victory, by the way, on center court against defending champion Iga Swiatek. Ayala edged a dramatic 84-minute first set before powering to a 7-6, 6-2 victory over a stunned Swiatek on center court to reach the last 16. That is absolutely surprising. And by the way, Ayala said, and I quote, "It's difficult to describe. I mean, the second week of a slam, it's incredible for me. It is 6-time Grand Slam champion Swiatek's earliest exit from a major tournament since another third round defeat by Yulia Putintseva, also at Wimbledon 2 years ago. The 21-year-old Ayala became the first player from the Philippines to reach the third round of a Grand Slam event in the open era by defeating Maya Joint on Thursday, but the 29th seed was not overawed by taking on 6-time Grand Slam champion Swiatek, notching her second win in 3 meetings with the Polish seed. Just to tell you what is going on in Wimbledon, the women's singles part of things, Jessica Pegula, she's currently on court against Iva Jovic. Jovic has taken the first set, by the way, against Pegula 6-4, and it's in the second set. Pegula leads by 3-1. Also in the first set, Karolina Muchova against Barbara Krejcikova. It's 3-all in the first set. From 3:30, we'll see a big game. Arina Sabalenka against Naomi Osaka, or a big contest, I should put that. Arina Sabalenka against Naomi Osaka. From 4:30 is Belinda Bencic against Cory Coco Golf. Some of the results emanating from yesterday: Emma Navarro also losing to Marta Kostyuk 6-2, 4-6, 6-1. It finished in that one. Mari Buskova also beating the woman known as Lyudmila Samsonova. It finished in that one 4-6, 7-6, 6-4. Daria Sniger losing to Ashlyn Krieger 6-3, 6-2 in straight sets. Elise Mertens also ousting Elena Rybakina in straight sets 7-6, 6-1. Alexandra Ayala, as I told you, beating Iga Swiatek 7-6, 6-2. Jasmine Paolini beating Maria Sakkari 6-1, 6-2. Sorana Sistria losing to Linda Noskova 2-6, 6-3, 7-6, and Amanda Anisimova losing to Madison Keys 3-6, 6-2, 6-3. Ovia Wallace, it's been exciting at Wimbledon, like you said. There's been a notable number of upsets. By the way, Elena Rybakina out, Iga Swiatek out of this one. You can also look at some notable names. Emma Navarro also out of Wimbledon. Maria Sakkari, another name, ousted from the tournament.
Anisimova
also ousted from the tournament. Where lies your surprise? Obviously, I'm sure the pick of the bunch has to be Ella against the Iga Swiatek. But where lies your pick of the bunch? And also some of the matches we did see yesterday, the standout one for you. And hey, you can spare your thought on the matches to expect in the women's side of things today. Sabalenka against Osaka, Bencic against Coco Golf also to come up.
First, the surprise, I think it has to be Iga. Although it might not be much of a surprise that she's been, or she's had a bad grass court season. She lost at Homburg, the Homburg 500 to Emma Navarro, and then from then on, no grass tournaments, and then heading over to the Wimbledon. Her first match against Taylor Townsend, and then in 2-1. We almost had a scare there. Then she took on Pliskova. Has had a beautiful run since or say in grass tournaments so far this season, both in the singles and in the doubles. Although you say she did lose at Thornberg, but heading into Wimbledon, the first round, taking on Zarazo, taking on Joint, who knocked out Serena Williams and taking care of her. Now our next opponent after this is going to be Jasmine Paolini. But it's different when you take out the defending champion and the woman ranks number 2. I said number 3 in the world when it comes to the women. So she's had a lot on her plate for someone that ranks 29th. Ranked 29th, ranked 32nd in the world. So taking out Iga Swiatek is a very, very big claim for her, and she also, it's not the first time she's done it this season. In Miami too, on clay, she knocked out Iga Swiatek as well too. During the Miami Open, she knocked out as well too. So the head-to-head, she's 2-1 up against Iga Swiatek. So for the Philippine woman, as you said, she's putting her country on the map and she's doing extremely well, and she can only climb up to greater heights. Just how 20 years of age, still a lot to still deliver to the sport, still a lot to still bring to the sport, but it's still a very big surprise for her. You're looking at Iga Swiatek. This is a woman that for the first time since 2021, I think, almost 5 years now, she's going to drop out of the top 10. And you have to look at the consistency in that. You have to look at how she has performed in those years. To be in the top 10 is not easy. To still be riding that high, to still be sailing that high in tennis is not that easy. She's been in the top 10 and she's kept on growing and growing and growing, ups and downs. She's had titles here and there during those 5 years. She's been on world number 1. She's dropped down from there. But to fall out of world of the number 10 position is a very, very a big downfall for her. And she's going to look at that. She's going to look back at that. She's changed. She had a change of coach before this, so it looked like it didn't work out. That was before the clay season. She tried to improve her aggressiveness and all, which we've seen. She's still aggressive and no, she's still giving her best, but it's just not enough to get over that line when it comes to her composure and the rest on the court. Serves and all is something she still needs to work on, because you have to look at that match against her and Ella, two women that when it comes to serves are not really that's good when it comes to serves, but Ella, you see, is much more better returner than her, and it really showed in that match, especially in the first set, going 7-6 in the tiebreak, and then in the second set, a 6-2 beating of her. I was able to catch her returns. I was able to catch all her serves and all, and returned quite well for Alexandra Ella. So for Iga, I think it's the US Open next. That should be the next big one. So it's to look back at her game and try and improve herself, because she's going to climb back to that height. But it's just a slump. You have to have there are 5 years of consistency, shows you that you are world class when it comes to knowing your sport, knowing your trade. So she's going to get back to that height, but it's going to be gradually. It can also be fast because she has that ability. She can do that. So for her, she just have to take the loss and take the L and go. And then another woman that I think I was really, really disappointed was Elena Rybakina against Alice Mertens. Really surprised with that match and how we turned out. I did not expect Rybakina to be knocked. I think Rybakina was a finalist in the last edition. Talking about someone that just recently won a Grand Slam and has been climbing all to greater heights in the competition. And then before you know it, she's out of the competition. And to who? Ellis Mertens. Mertens has been quite okay, but in losing in straight set, I think in the women's side of things, sometimes you're looking at maybe that 2 sets win is also too small, and maybe there's not enough time to do a comeback and all. But we saw Coco Gauff almost getting knocked out as well too. So lots of things to look at for Elena Rybakina. She's going to have to build on that loss to Mertens, and from then on is the US Open, but not a good showing from her. Almost the same results with how Iga and how the match between Iga and what's her name, Ella ended. First set ended in a tie break. Second set ended in a thrashing 6-1. She just couldn't find a response for everything Mertens threw at her. You're talking about Mertens has not really had an impressive grass court season, but she's been able to get this far into the tournament. I will see how far she can go before Rybakina. A lot to build on for the women. And then I think also another surprise in the women is going to be Anisimova, the finalist. I think she won the. Did she win the title in 2022 or so? I can't remember. But listen to Madison Keys. You just saw how Madison Keys wanted that match. How much she needed that win, knowing that the clock is not on her side, and she needed to as much as possible to get over that line. So a big one for her, and she's going to have to build on that. Just looking at Coco Gauff, a scare from match when she was taking on the Alexandrova, losing to Ivajovic. Not that big surprising loss, although you see it's not really much. There's not really much difference between both contenders, but the way Alexandrova has been performing has been quite up there. So getting that loss from her was not really expected. At Hamburg, she was able to beat Miriam Andreeva. She lost to Naomi Osaka at Hamburg, and then heading to Wimbledon, back-to-back wins without dropping a set till she faced him, Jovic, and that loss has just tumbled things down for her. But for the women's side, we've just, as I've said, had lots and lots of upsets, and we're still going to have more. And it's not going to be an upset, but I think the biggest match today is going to be Sabalenka and Naomi Osaka. Let's see if Osaka can knock out the world number one. Quite history between the two women you want to see. Sabalenka did the head-to-head 5-1. So in the last 6 meetings, Sabalenka has not been able to get a win. And when it comes to grass court, this is going to be their first meeting on grass court. So a good way for Naomi Osaka to show she has really improved. She's been able to climb, especially after going on that long break and then coming back. She's been able to climb the ladder little by little. We still have matches today. Karolina Muchova against Kreshkikova, a match in which we should see Muchova winning, but with the upset that we're having, it's quite unpredictable. Jessica Begula is also here against Jovic, and then Coco Gauff against Belinda Bencic. I won't be surprised if Bencic does win. At this point, I don't think I'll be surprised anymore, unless maybe Thorne knocks out Sabalenka, because I think we're expecting Sabalenka to at least get to the final. So I think that's it for the women's side. On the men's side, we are still looking at our screen. At least he looks to.
It seems like he's getting back. It seems like he might force it into a tie break.
He might force it into a tie break.
And in case you don't know, that we speak about, he is Novak Djokovic. Okay, it's now going to get to a tie break because it's 5-all. At some point, he was losing 5-2. when we did switch our screens to center court at Wimbledon. But now against Roman Safiullin, it's now 5-all, 45 minutes, by the way, in the first set between Novak Djokovic, the 7th seed in Wimbledon. It's the 4th round, by the way. He faces the man Safiullin. Safiullin was leading by 5-2 in the first set, but Djokovic has shown his prowess. This is where we get in to tell you what has been transpiring in the men's side of things. Yesterday, Alex de Minaur booking his place in the next round against Zachary Zvada. 6-2, 7, 6-2, 5-7, 6-2, 6-4. He finished. Flavio Koboli and Karen Khachanov. What an amazing 5-set thriller. Khachanov took the first set 6-love, took the second set 7-6, but then Koboli launched what was an outstanding comeback. 7-6, 6-2, 6-2. It finished in that one. Zizou Beggs also lost to Arthur Ferry in 5 sets. Arthur Ferry losing the first set 2-6. Winning the second set 7-5, losing the third set 2-6, but winning the fourth and the fifth sets 7-6, 7-6. Some amazing games, or some amazing matches we did have yesterday on center court. Yuri Lehecka also beating Jaume Munar 6-4, 6-4, 4-6, 6-4. Battle of 6-4s, it was in that one. Sasha Zverev has also booked his place in the next round. He defeated Marcos Giron 6-2, 7-6, 6-4. Taylor Fritz getting the better of Lorenzo Sonego in 4 sets. Fritz lost the first set 6-4, but then he claimed the second, third, and fourth sets 6-3, 6-4, 7-6. Frances Tiafoe also booked his place back home. Yeah, Frances Tiafoe will be on a plane back home. He did lose to Alexander Bublik in 5 sets. Tiafoe took the first set 6-4. Bublik took the second set 7-6. Tiafoe then also lost in the third set. Bublik taking that one 7-6. Tiafoe bounced back to take the fourth set 6-4. And then in the deciding set, Bublik getting the win on the day, winning 6-3 in the last set. Grigor Dimitrov also ousting Matteo Berrettini. 5-set thriller it was in that one. Dimitrov getting the better in the first set 6-3, getting the better in the second set 6-4, but then Berrettini refused to go down without a fight. He won the third and fourth set 6-3, 7-5, and Dimitrov taking the decider 6-3. What you be seeing today in Wimbledon? By the way, Roman Safiullin has taken another set. Is 6-5 against Novak Djokovic, and from 2:50 we'll see Felix Auger-Aliassime against Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, and by 3:10 it's Hubert Hurkacz against Jan-Lennard Struff. From 5 p.m. it's Yannick Sinner against Shintaro Mochizuki. Ovi Wallace, some nice games, in fact thrilling games. I have to use another better adjective for that one in the men's singles yesterday. And we're also seeing another thrilling one kicking off today. Novak Djokovic against Roman Safiullin. But your thoughts, what was the most outstanding? Because there's a lot to pick out from yesterday. Some will say Grigor Dimitrov, a year after a devastating injury, returning to the fourth round, chance to right his wrongs, winning 6-3, 6-4, 3-6, 5-7, 6-3. He did suffer a pectoral tear while leading 2-0 in the last 16 last year against Yannick Sinner, who was the eventual champion. But then he's bouncing back in style. Your pick of the bunch, Zverev also in the next round, and what we'd be seeing in the games that will be going down today.
So I think my first take is going to be the surprise, the biggest surprise. I think that's Daniil Medvedev losing to Lennard Struff in 3 straight sets. I was really focused on that match for other reasons, and you expected Daniil Medvedev, someone that is nice, to be taking on someone Lennard Struff 74th round, at least to be an easy win for Daniil Medvedev. But as I used to tell Alex and the rest, if Medvedev does Medvedev things, he will lose. And that was what he did. This first 2 sets went into tie break, and Struff just wanted it more, beating him twice in those tie breaks. And then the third set ended almost the same thing, 7-5. So for Daniil Medvedev, not a good season for the man. He looks to always make it to a certain height, then just drop. You have to look at Haley Germany losing to Atmaya after beating Echevry and Atmani, making it to the round and just couldn't get over that line. Also before then, too, on grass courts, after his first two matches, he just loses the third one. And I think maybe that's going to be a trend so far from the Netherlands up to Great Britain. That has been a trend. He wins his first two matches, and then the third one, he just seems to just disappear and just forget how to play tennis. And that's just the way it ended for Daniil Medvedev. Maybe the man is losing touch. Maybe he's not going to be able to get to that height anymore. But for the other matches, I think another surprising match is the man that we're currently looking at, Saifulin taking out Joao Fonseca. Quite surprising result from someone that came in through a qualifier, beating a top ranked, and not just someone top ranked, someone with good potential when it comes to tennis, as good as Joao Fonseca. We saw his performance at the Roland Garros. He took out Pavlovic, he took out Novak Djokovic in that, he took out Kaspar Ruud, then just losing to Jakub Menchik. So, but you have to also look at those matches. You're taking out Novak Djokovic. The man went to a 5-setter and was able to beat Novak Djokovic, coming back from 2 sets down, which is not easy. Djokovic took the first 2 sets 6-4, 6-4, then coming back 6-3, 7-5, 7-5 to take that set from the world number 3, I think, as in then Novak Djokovic. So he's been able to build on that. Not really had a good grass season, but heading into the Wimbledon, had his 2 wins, won them emphatically in 3 straight sets. It looked to be going to be the same script that he was going to follow in the match against Saifulin, and it just turned the script upside down, and it was Saifulin beating the man in 3 straight sets. So quite a surprise for the Brazilian to be knocked out like that. Yannick Sinner looks to have improved on his sloppiness from the first 2 matches he had where he dropped set, because it's Yannick. You don't easily see Yannick drop sets, especially to start the competition. The first match against Kekmanovic, he dropped 2 sets, and then against Nuno Borges, he looked to be quite shaky and all, but he was still able to keep it 3 straight sets. Same thing against Brooksby, 3 straight sets. So it looks to be getting rhythm, good to be getting his mojo. Still the only defending champion there, as we already have Iga Swiatek already out of the men's side of things. Tommy Paul too, also losing to Robert Hukash. Quite a surprise. I think this Wimbledon just has surprises everywhere. People that we didn't expect to be knocked out at this stage of the competition have been knocked out, and not just, we are looking at people in the top 10, people in the top 20, people going into a tiebreak right now. Saifulin currently leading in that tiebreak 2-1, and there's no way Djokovic is catching that 3-2.
Djokovic. No wonder they call him the Joker. What a character he is. Anyways, I think it's in crunch time now, is it?
It's in crunch time. They're in tiebreak now. He's currently leading 3-1.
Saifulin leads 3-1, yeah.
And Saifulin leading there. And the way he puts that ball, Djokovic just knew he couldn't run. That's why he just stopped. I just looked at it. I was like, this is what you're doing to me. So, well, for Djokovic, you could say the age is playing on his side. And after losing in his first grand tournament, of course, there's no way he's going to go for another one. Had enough rest to come back here, and he's been able to get to this stage. But now see if he's going to take out Saifulin, who had a very good performance against Joao Fonseca. But I think from then on, I don't think we've had any upsets. Everyone has Taylor Fritz, Lorenzo Sonego, not really an upset. Alexander Bublik, Francis Tiafoe, not really an upset. I think these two are quite evenly matched, and Alexander Bublik is quite good on grass court. It's quite good on grass court. Then we have Dimitrov and Matteo Berrettini. Say yes, that is an upset. One of the big upsets. Dimitrov is, as you said, coming from an injury, and his story just kept on getting better, coming as a wild card and getting this far into the tournament. Getting into the tournament. So the man has actually done himself a lot of good He takes on Ato Ferry next. It's going to be a big game to push him to his limit because he had a 5-setter against Matthew Berrettini. That fatigue, that pressure heading into the next round with the heat and all at the United Kingdom. Lots to look at. And then for the matches today, Felix Ojali taking on Davidovic for Kina. Looking at that match as well too. Felix should be winning that. The Canadian challenge Stroff against Herbert Tukash. Another big match. We'll see if Stroff can actually show that what he did against Medvedev was not a stroke of luck. Because he taking Medvedev out in 3 sets is not an easy thing to do. So he's going to have a lot of people watching his back. He's going to take out Herbert Tukash. Another match also caused an upset this season against Tommy Paul. So lots of matches to look at. Yannick Sinner should be a straight set win. He's taking on the Japanese Mochizuki. And then we have Alex de Minaur against Flavio Koboli, Dimitrov against Ferry, Fritz against Alexander Bublik. Should be an even match. Rileka against Alexander Zverev. So I think those are the matches that we should be looking at. Zverev should be making it into the next round. Sasha Zverev should be making it next round after being he's still riding high on that Roland Garros victory. And I think with Djokovic looking shaky, with I also think Sinner too is not also at full power yet. I think this could also be another chance for another person to also grab the crown the same way Sasha Zverev did at the Roland Garros. It could be any of these guys. Djokovic can still claim the 25th trophy. He's also looking at. If Safilin does make it, Alex de Minaur, this could be a chance. It could be a chance for Taylor Fritz. Zverev too. This could also be a chance for the man to also claim back-to-back Grand Slams for the first time in his career.
All right, let's talk some Formula One very, very shortly because we have, about 20 minutes before we then move into the football side of things. It's race day. One of the sporting highlights of the year, the British Grand Prix is here, and it is race day. Let's talk some Formula One very quickly. It's race day. One of the sporting highlights of the year, the British Grand Prix, is here. And of course, a record-breaking 180,000 fans are at a slightly overcast Silverstone, hoping to see another great race. Championship leader Kimi Antonelli starts on pole position alongside Charles Leclerc with Lewis Hamilton in third. It's set to be a big Mercedes versus Ferrari battle as George Russell is fourth. And yesterday's sprint suggests there will be plenty of back and forth racing due to the different energy deployment strategies from the team. Isaac Hadjar has been in great form in the Red Bull franchise this weekend and starts fifth ahead of fan favorite Lando Norris. Max Verstappen will start from seventh, and with Oscar Piastri in eighth, and Racing Bulls Arvid Lindblad and Liam Lawson completing the top 10. Lights out. It's just after 3 p.m. and we have a special Lego drivers parade which may turn into a race. Ovie Wallace, it goes down in Silverstone this afternoon. Hey, quarter 18 minutes from now. Lights out and away we go. Who wins the Great Britain Grand Prix for you?
It's going to be the Mercedes, unless
Mercedes, the home favorite, or the outsider?
No, who is out? Okay, the outsider.
Yeah, Kimi is the outsider.
The Italian is going to win it because even before this race,
Djokovic is tired of life. By the way, I'm sorry. Djokovic is tired of life. I think Safiolin has made it. Is it 6-all? I think it's supposed to be 6-all. I'm waiting for the correction to show. Okay, it's 6-5. By the way, it's 6-5 in the tiebreak. It's 6-all in the first set right now. But Djokovic just looks like he's already tired of life and what Safiolin is bringing to the table. Please go ahead with your thoughts.
So for the British Grand Prix, it's going to be quite different from what we had at Austria, and I think the Mercedes are getting themselves back on track when it comes to knowing what to do. And I was actually reading an article. They've already found something to also exploit in the engine and the power unit as well too. So in as you know, in Formula One cars, there are things that the power units are the engines and the petrol and the battery and the everything. Now, there's a rule in Formula One that when the driver or when they're about to cross the finish line, that's whether they're starting or finishing, they have to reduce gradually to 50 kilowatts every second. So now, the Mercedes team have found a way to bypass that by actually going full throttle, and then before found a way to actually dodge that penalty. They said they will deliberately lift off the throttle just before crossing the line, and it does not actually stop the power. They will still be they will still have more power than actually them actually slowing down gradually. So they've of course, Mercedes will find a way to get behind every rule and all, and that's just how Formula One is. If you can find a way to get past the events, get past the rules and bypass the penalty, then do that, exploit that. Now the only problem is that for McLaren, who are also using the same engine as that, they've said that they don't know how Mercedes did it, and the engine power they are using, the power unit they are using, is not being upgraded to the new one that Mercedes are using. And from what I've heard, they will be getting that upgrade after the Belgian Grand Prix. So I don't think we should be expecting any improvement from the McLarens at any point. For the Ferraris, the upgrade that they brought to Austria, we all thought it didn't work, but I think it has done well, and now they'll carry it into the British Grand Prix. But now the difference is just in the power unit and the engines of both cars. I think when it comes to driving ability, you have to put the Ferrari up at the front. They've had an amazing weekend, both in the sprint, from Lewis Hamilton winning the sprint qualifiers, although he didn't win the sprint race. That was given to Kimi Antonelli, who won that. But finishing in second, Charles Leclerc also finishing fifth, and although they did have some issues and troubles with the cars and all. But when it comes to outright speed, Lewis Hamilton, they said this before the race, that it's all going to matter during lap one, because if they can't get in front of Kimi, it's gone. Because you want to control that race from the front of the pack.
I'm sorry, Ovie, just to break it. By the way, it is the first set done and dusted, and Novak Djokovic has survived a major first set scare. He's taken that one against Saffiolin 7-6. So the first set, two more sets to go. But then he's taken that first set. And of course, the tiebreak did finish 8-6. Yeah, it did finish 8-6, and he's taken the first set by 7-6. So two more sets to go. Let's see if Djokovic can get the job done. So, Ovie, your thoughts, please. So, by the way, Ovie, just 1 minute. The phone lines on the SMS portal, the phone line will soon be open. The SMS portal remains open, 0701 933 62, if you want to get in your thoughts. And you can keep the number on the side, 0810 951 0951.
So you want to control this race from the front of the pack, and I think if I'm looking at this, and I think that Ferrari are going to have to work together to stop this McLaren, because you're looking at the way the grid is set. Kimi in P1, we have Charles Leclerc in P2, Lewis Hamilton in P3. Then they are sandwiched by the Mercedes, which George Russell has in P4. Although you see right behind them, we have Red Bull, Isaac Hatcher, who has performed extremely well with that car, even with the issues. Red Bull improvement are actually looking to be catching up with the rest of the pack. So for Lewis Hamilton and for Charles Leclerc, they're going to have to work together to stop both George Russell from catching up with them, getting in clean air, and then going ahead of them. And Kimi Antonelli, in the first lap, we all know they have better stats than Kimi. He still tried to work on his good start. And now George too also has a good start. As we've seen, the man has jumped from starting off from lights off from P4. He has jumped immediately to P1. It's not the first time the man has done that. So they are going to have to work as best as possible to stop this to Kimi from getting into clean. And then the strategy is also going to come into play, because during the sprint race, we saw the data, and when it comes to the straight, the cars are almost the same when it comes to, but when it comes to the straight, the Mercedes just has more power there, and that has been a very, very big difference. So we know they are not going to be faster than them. especially when it comes to the streets. They are not going to be faster than them. When it comes to power deployment, so as well, so this is also going to be a big factor because during the sprint race, that was what really messed up Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton's lead. The man was really in front of him. He came into lap 8 battling with Kimi Antonelli. The man wasted his battery just trying to fend him off, and then he came into the straight, and then that was just the right time for Kimi Antonelli to get past Lewis Hamilton. So lots to look at in this race, but the two factors that are going to be the two things that are going to be a big factor are going to be strategy. If Ferrari want to win this race, they're going to be strategy and how they start this race, because if they start this race poorly, I think they're going to end it poorly. And for Ferrari, after Austria, we do not want that same repeat of that. They've had an amazing weekend. The upgrades have been actually good, even though we thought it was actually nonsense in Austria. We're already seeing them line up in Austria. So for Charles Leclerc, for the first time, the man is starting on the front row at Silverstone. Lots of British drivers are going to be looking at. I don't think we should be expecting anything from the McLarens, as I've said, although they did have Lando Norris finishing third in the sprint, getting those few points here and there. Should not be expecting anything from him, but this is going to be more of a Mercedes and a Ferrari match. But Red Bull are not wanting to be looked down on. Max Verstappen had issues with qualifying in Q1. He said he had issues with with the car handling and all, and I think it might be better during this race. And we all know there's nothing like, for especially when it comes to people like Max and Lewis Hamilton, there's nothing like, oh, he's starting in P7 or starting in P1, he cannot win that race. We've seen these guys start from P14 and still win a race, although yes, the car they had then was quite different. Boom. As a Red Bull fan and a Max Verstappen fan, I always believe and trust in Max that this man can still win this race, but it's going to be a McLaren race. It's going to be a Mercedes race. We'll see how they start off during this race. They have a good start, especially during lap points, especially during turn 1. If they can get in front of the Mercedes car, I think they should be able to try and slow things down, try and control the race from there. And then on the strategy, we don't want them messing up the tire strategy like they did last time. If they can do that, it's going to be fantastic and beautiful race for the Italian brand Ferrari.
All right. By the way, before we switch to the football side of things, we've got about 10 minutes to shut things off on other sports. If there's been anything we have discussed from the start of the hour, from 1 p.m. till now, you can get in your thoughts. We have discussed Toby Amuson and Kainshola Ajayi doing some great things ahead of the Commonwealth Games. We also discussed a potential fight between Alexander Usyk and Deontay Wilder, what Usyk could deem as his retirement fight. And also, Moses Itauma has been ordered to face the man known as Sanchez for the IBF title. And don't forget, in tennis, going down, Novak Djokovic has won the first set against Roman Safiullin. Some upsets in the women's side of things. Elena Rybakina and Iga Swiatek has been ousted from Wimbledon. You can call 0810-951-0951. I could take some calls before I do switch to Osas. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to weigh in on any of the things we have talked about. Victor, hi. Good afternoon to you. It's been donkey years.
Good afternoon to you.
I'll get your thoughts very shortly, Victor. He's in the house, but let me get this call. Hi. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Good evening, Santo.
Good afternoon to you, my brother. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. This is Tony Oswald.
Welcome, Tony.
Yeah. The potential bout between Alexander Usyk and the large mouth and Deontay Wilder.
You call him loudmouth?
Yeah, it's a good talker. He talks. It's like Tyson Fury the second. Yeah, he talks much, but he delivers anyway. In his heyday, he delivers. I'm not taking anything away from him. He's a good puncher. He was a good puncher, but not now. It's not on his side. So I don't think Usyk is the right man for him, because Usyk would have punched him. Even though Usyk is on the small side, but this is a man that has that punching power, and he absorbs punches. He doesn't look as high. you can see in the battle between himself and Tyson Fury. He was very head to toe with him, and three fights. One ended in a controversial note, and that kind of thing. But I just want to use it to be very, very careful because he said this is his last fight.
Yeah,
but it might turn out to be the next. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you, Tony. Go ahead.
Yeah. If the weather eventually, take the day. It's gonna that's gonna be a very, very humiliating thing for him. So if I were him, I would just resign because he had 2 times undisputed for a cruiserweight come to the heavyweight dominated everything. This man is just is incredible. If I were him, I would just go home, I'll go back to my place with my family and enjoy myself. That is what I have to as my condition for now.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tony Hosfall, for your thoughts on the show. You can keep the calls coming 0810 951 0951. Hi, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks. Big John is calling from Port Harcourt town.
Welcome, Big John.
Yeah. I like one person that is looking forward to see this fight between Deontay Wilder and Usyk. He's fought a whole lot of British heavyweights. Most of his professional accomplishments are British heavyweights. Talking about Fury, Dubois, Anthony Joshua, Derek Chisora, Anthony Joshua, and a whole lot of them. He's fought just one British heavyweight, a veteran called Charles Witherspoon. So for me, I really want to see this fight take place between the two of them. I've looked at a whole lot of people he's fought. Plenty of them are boxers. They are not really that kind of brawling boxers that hit hard the way Deontay Wilder hits hard. I'm not saying Deontay Wilder will beat him. I know Sars and you and a whole lot of people believe Usyk will beat him. But you see, Wilder doesn't have anything to lose.
I believe in Wilder too. I told Ovi I believe in Wilder.
You see, Wilder can just, nobody knows the way the cookie crumbles in boxing. Everybody's looking down at Wilder. And Wilder is looking for a way to resuscitate his career. He's had 2 losses. He's lost to Zilezan Gofili. He's lost to Joseph Parker too. He might just be looking for a way to make his name before he also retires. And probably, who knows, this might even be his last dance. You understand?
Yeah.
So Wilder will be coming with everything he has. If Usyk finally gets to beat him, he has nothing to lose. He's been beaten by the best right now, and he's fading. You understand?
Yeah.
So for me, I'm looking forward to seeing this fight. I believe it is going to be a blockbuster fight, not what other people think that Usyk will just beat him like that. We saw Usyk's performance recently against Rico. And then before I forget, on this show last week, I was telling you what WBC did by handing over their belt to Kabaya without a fight. Now you see what they are doing to Tauma. For Tauma, they want him to fight the number 3 contender. You understand? You see what is playing in the heavyweight division of professional boxing that I don't like. I was saying it last week on the show, that handing Kabaya the belt for me is not the right thing to do. Let him fight. Let him win the belt. You've just been handed over the most prestigious heavyweight title in the world, talking about the WBC heavyweight title. And when it comes to Tauma, they want him to fight. And look at the short distance they want him. When he's going to fight, he's going to recover and fight again in no time at all. This is not fair for me at all.
All right, Big John, thank you so much for your thoughts. And thank you. You're welcome, my brother. Before we knock things off on other sports, I've squeezed in at least 2 calls. We're in the injury time section of it. We'll switch to the football side of things in the next 2 minutes. Victor, like I said, it's been donkey years since I last saw you. I think now you have 4 kids, if I'm not.
he's now an Abuja boy. Yeah, he has joined the Abuja boys. He's no longer on a call and beckon. He's no longer somewhere within our reach. Yeah. He parked somewhere. He's trying to live a low-key life. Coming to work, I saw him. You know, when you just want to come in and live a low-key life, you now have to park like some 3, 4, 5 electric poles away from your destination. Electric poles. Then
42 and 57 poles away.
Then walk down to your destination so that everyone will just be like, oh, this guy is so humble. That's exactly what he's doing. But he's now an Abuja guy, so he's no longer within our reach.
Are you dragging landlordship with the Abuja landlord? We'll go for you. We'll go for you. Victor, how are you doing?
I'm fine, son. Good afternoon, good evening to you, Sasa, and to Ovie, and to you, our listener at home.
Ovie's name now is Son of Solomon.
Son of Solomon.
Oh.
Yeah. A lot has changed since you.
My bad.
It's a new era.
Son of Solomon.
I will swallow you.
But Victor, a lot has been going on. Before we move into football, a lot has been going on in basketball. I mean, Ovie was telling me about the trades happening. Giannis Antetokounmpo, I think he said, has moved to the Miami Heat. And LeBron James seems like he's not going to be continuing with the Los Angeles Lakers. I'd love to get your thoughts on what has been transpiring in the world of basketball that has stood out for you in the last few weeks or days.
We'll start from the Giannis saga. I think it's been lingering. I mean, there was this time last year we were talking about him, and then there was this rumors of him moving over to Golden State Warriors, but later on, the Golden State Warriors got Jimmy Butler instead because Jimmy Butler was a lot more cheaper package to get. They added just Andrew Wiggins and then a few draft picks, and then they got Jimmy Butler. But the Giannis trade is totally different. You're talking about a 2-time MVP, 1-time MVP, Finals MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, former NBA champion as well. I mean, scoring 50 points in the finals game. Not every player can boast of that. So Giannis is one big package that have been lingering. There were talks of him moving to the Minnesota Timberwolves. There was a Celtics issue of him moving to the Celtics. The Celtics offered Jaylen Brown and few draft picks, Baylor Sharman, and there was one younger player that they also offered, and the Bucks outrightly denied it. And then you go over to the Miami Heat. The past 4 seasons they've been a playing team. Even when they had Jimmy Butler as well, they just have bad regular seasons, and then somehow Jimmy Butler finds a way to drag them to the finals or even to the conference finals. Now you have last season they were knocked out by the Charlotte Hornets during one of the playing games, and they just had to come in big this season. Now they got Giannis, but you look at their backcourt. They lost Norman Powell.
Sorry, Victor, hold on for a second. I want to play something.
Sort of 4 or 5 cars wide. So it can be a bit of a scramble, but it's very dirty on the inside off the racing line. And we've got an Alpine that is moving off the grid nicely.
All right, that's what's going on in Silverstone. It's lights out and away we go. Just to tell you that it's now into the formation lap part of things in Formula 1 Silverstone, the Great Britain Grand Prix. So we'll be giving you updates as it does happen in Silverstone round the clock on the hour. Victor, give me a yellow card. Don't make it red, please.
So they actually got Giannis, but there are so many picks, there are so many sacrifices the Miami Heat made in order to get Giannis Antetokounmpo. They lost Kellaway, one of their young centers. They lost Yemi Hackers Jr. They also lost Tyler Hero as well, one of the best shooting guards during the 2020 final and 2023 finals run. They lost a few draft picks as well just to get Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis is 32 or 33 if I'm not mistaken, and then you're actually giving out a whole lot of...
But is it not worth it?
Is it worth it? If it was 2019 or 2020, I would say he's worth it, but you're losing 4 players, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks if I'm not mistaken, but the combined draft picks were about 4 or 5 for Giannis, and then you have 4 other players. These 4 other players are not just washed players. Hackers was one of their best 6th man from the bench last year. Tyler Hero as well, like I mentioned, Tyler Hero, very, very good shooter. He might be inconsistent, but these packages are now coming over to the front court. Now you've settled your front court, Giannis and Bam. Now coming over to the back court, the point guards, the shooting guards, no point guard. The only experienced point guard for Miami right now is Xavier Mitchell. They lost Norman Powell. They lost Tyler Hero. They lost Jaime Hackers Jr. as well. So that those positions need to be filled up. If those positions are not filled up, Giannis will face the same problems he faced in Milwaukee, which is having a good front court. They got my stunner for him in Milwaukee, but immediately Damian Lillard got injured, it was as if they had no future. Ryan Rollins couldn't step in. Gary Trent Jr. couldn't step in those point guard and shooting guards position. Yes, they have a good front court, but there are no point guards in Miami right now to handle the ball, which will be a very, very big problem for Miami, for Giannis. Giannis is not a good shooter. He's just a good post player and can drive down the lane and get you those floaters and dunks. But overall package for the Miami is one side of things, you could say they got Giannis Antetokounmpo. On the other side of things, they lost a whole lot of picks. They lost their entire future just to get Giannis Antetokounmpo. And then other teams also. There have been so many trades. The Los Angeles Lakers, like you actually mentioned, LeBron is demanding $52 million a year next season. Wow. And then the teams, what's his name now? Rob Pelinka, the manager of the Lakers.
Does he have an application for who will be holding his powder? I think I can go and do that. Let me hold his powder for him.
I mean, they want to give the man a vet minimum.
Hold on, please. I beg you. Give me a yellow card, don't make you red.
And we will barrel into Abbey in a few moments' time. It's lights out and away we go for the British Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc got a very good reaction off the line. He's already ahead of Kimi Antonelli, and Lewis Hamilton is coming up on the Mercedes, and it's Ferrari 1-2 going through the first corner. Charles Leclerc leads from Hamilton. Antonelli, then comes Russell with Hadjar on his outside. Good start from Armin Lindblad, who has to go wide, and Max Verstappen keeps him at bay. Lando Norris has lost places as Russell and Hadjar squabbling away through the loop.
And then Antonelli already got it.
All right, it's hot in Silverstone. I can see
it's a Ferrari 1-2. A Ferrari 1-2.
This is what I was talking about. I said the start is going to be important, and the Ferraris did it. Now they are in control of the race. They have
now what Ferrari needs to do is at lap 20 or 25, they'll tell Charles Leclerc to just step back, let Lewis Hamilton go in front. Then he becomes a shield.
See, to me, I think they have to work together because now both cars are ahead of the Mercedes. Now, if they are both fighting between themselves, the Mercedes are going to fight between themselves too. But I think they are going to be quite smart about this, knowing that these two want the win, and both of them in clean air. They are not as fast as the Mercedes. They are not as fast as the Mercedes car. So they're going to let both them battle between themselves, and then when they find that right time, especially during the straights, they get past them. Piastri thinks he has a damage. So for the Ferrari, good start, just what I was expecting if they wanted control of this race. Now it's going to come down to strategy and how they deploy their engine and use power deployment throughout this race.
Okay, listen, we have limited time for the sports, but I just had to drop in that update for lovers of Formula One. I mean, we do have Sophia Iguje, a lover of Formula One, who traveled to the Monaco Grand Prix to see some of the beautiful cars. I mean, no wonder she wants a Lambo, and the man will say, "I know buy Lambo." Anyways, Blessing Thompson is in and around the area to take over for European football. But Victor, again, I think this time you're going to give me a red card. But please go ahead with your thoughts.
We're actually talking about the Los Angeles Lakers and LeBron James. I mean, the man joined them 8 years ago, won a championship for them, but it's just like they got the older version of LeBron. The younger version of LeBron was the Miami and the Cavaliers LeBron. Yeah. So the man demanding $52 million for next season for an extension, and even 1 year for that is just too much for the Lakers. So what did Rob Pelinka do? Place LeBron on standby. Let go of likes of Rui Hachimura, Marcus Smart, Luke Kennard. These guys were actually guys that took them over that series against the Houston Rockets. They recently also traded their center, DeAndre Ayton, and these guys are either 32, Marcus Smart is 32, Luke Kennard is 30, LeBron is 41, 18 is around 30 as well. What did they do? They got young players in. Walker Kessler came in. He marks the $184 million in a 3 years contract for Walker Kessler, a very, very young player for the Utah Jazz, 25-year-old, to replace DeAndre Ayton. Rui Hachimura is 28. There's still a chance that he will resign with the Lakers, but they got a demand from Toronto Raptors, Mamu, to play that power forward position. A very good shooter as well. They brought in Quentin Grimes from the Philadelphia 76ers, brought in Colin Sexton, and there are rumors that these guys are actually guys that were handpicked by Luka Doncic, because you look at these guys, they're actually guys that can actually let him play the ball, let him have the ball as much as he can have the ball, and whenever he wants to spread the ball out, he can spread the ball. So for the Lakers, we're actually going to see them in that shape of Mavericks next season. A good team, but a good young team that is being led by just one player, and whenever that one player fails to perform, the whole team will go down. So busy trade season so far. Warriors are the only team that we have not heard any significant thing from the Warriors. The Clippers traded Kawhi Leonard to the Toronto Raptors for 3 first-round picks, Grady Dick and Brandon Ingram as well. 2 first-round pick, 3 first-round pick, 2 first-round pick, Grady Dick and Brandon Ingram. So these trades are just blockbuster trades. Jaylen Brown was also
traded. He's getting a lot of DMs. That first guy.
Jaylen Brown as well was also traded to the Philadelphia 76ers. The Celtics last season lost to the 76ers in that brutal Game 7 first-round loss. And all of a sudden, you have your star player, the man leading you to this to finish second last season. They traded him. Who did they trade him for? Paul George, the 36-year-old Paul George, and 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks. So you're just thinking, what are these managers actually thinking when they make these decisions? So we are going to see the Celtics next season, the 2 J's, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, for the first time in 8 or 10 years, if I'm not mistaken, they'll be separated. So it will be a very, very big season coming up ahead, and I would like to see how things progresses. The Charlotte Hornets traded LaMelo Ball, another star player, to the Minnesota Timberwolves to pair with Anthony Edwards. The Timberwolves themselves, they let go of Julius Randle. They also let go of their center. So there was one other center they also let go. So big season coming ahead. I think to start in October. So let's see how it goes.
All right, that's our expert on all things basketball, Victor. Well, Osasi is still in the house of your Wollaston house. My name is Sumto Isaac, and Blessing Thompson. Hey, she's waiting on the substitute bench and saying, Sumto, it's my time to take over from the show. It's the European football segment. A lot of things going down in the World Cup. And, of course, some big games to look forward to. Mexico against England. But the first comes between Brazil and Norway from... Is it 9 p.m., is it? 9 p.m., yeah. I think it's 9 p.m. That game is by 9. And also, the transfer show comes up by 4:30 p.m. Alex Cabaret will drive you through for that one. And an interesting development is that Manchester United are now hot on the heels of Andre Santos. They've made an inquiry for the Chelsea midfielder. That's according to the Guardian and seconded by Fabrizio Romano. We hear that Chelsea consider Andre Santos untouchable if a good proposal arrives. So it's hot on the show. Oh, not untouchable.
It's also hot right there at Silverstone because I think the likes of Kimi Antonelli and George Russell are also trying to close.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be Ferrari versus Mercedes, and we can see 1 to 4.
After from 1 to 6, it's
just a pair, it's just a pair,
and then the defending champion comes in 7.
So for Lewis Hamilton, I think he should just keep a close call on Charles Leclerc for that slipstream right there. And be careful with the turns when he's going close to Charles Leclerc because of the dirty air. So let that just be. I'm trying to see something here. I think the entire Ferrari setup after today will tell us who they are backing to win the Drivers' Championship. Is it going to be Charles Leclerc or is it going to be Lewis Hamilton? It's very important at this point that they tell us who they are backing and who the entire Ferrari setup will be throwing their weight behind to win or challenge for the Drivers' Championship.
All right, this is in the 5th lap in Silverstone. Charles Leclerc leads the pack. Lewis Hamilton in 2nd. Kimi Antonelli and George Russell obviously in 3rd and 4th. Don't forget the gentlemen from Red Bull occupy 5th and 6th, and Lando Norris currently in 7th. We'll keep you up to speed with what's going down in Silverstone. But for now, let's move to the European football side of things with Blessing Thompson set to take over on the show.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
As we have you, our wonderful listeners, as we have the feedback platforms for your taking. The phone lines are 08109510951. 08109510951. To the past no more. And well, we have been talking about the World Cup, and we are going to start off now talking the goal Kylian Mbappe and a whole lot of stars that are competing for that award. Now we're going to talk about the Golden Glove. The Golden Glove is a prestigious award specially reserved for the best goalkeeper at the World Cup tournament. It is not just about the save, it is also about clean sheets kept by goalkeepers at the tournament. The award winner will be voted by the FIFA Technical Study Group, and it will be decided after the finals of the tournament, where we have reeled out some contenders for this prestigious award. At number one, we had Unai Simon from Spain. He has kept 4 clean sheets and 0 goals conceded. We also have the Mexican keeper, Raul Rangel. He has 3 clean sheets and he has conceded 0 goal in this tournament. You were born there in this place. And we also have the France shortstopper in Mike, who has conceded just 2 goals and he has kept 3 clean sheets. Emiliano Martinez, the Argentine keeper, has 2 clean sheets and he has conceded just 3 goals. We also have Diogo Costa from Portugal with 2 clean sheets and 2 goals conceded. There is also Alisson Becker from Brazil, 2 clean sheets and 2 goals conceded. There is Jordan Pickford from England, 2 clean sheets and 2 goals conceded. And still in the list, finally, we have the USA shortstopper Matt Fresh with 2 clean sheets and 2 goals conceded. Well, these are the top contenders for the Golden Glove, a special award just for the goalkeepers in the World Cup tournament. I'm coming to you, Somto Isaac, and I want to ask this, according to this list, it's being topped by Spain goalkeeper Unai Simon. How? Oh, yeah, you want to find trouble. Anyways, the Spain shortstopper Unai Simon is the leading favorite right now for the Golden Glove. He is yet to concede, and well, Spain is going to come up against Portugal. Can he keep this momentum? And does he already have this award in the bag?
I think the Golden Glove, I think until the final, you'd have a clearer picture on who will have the Golden Glove in the bag. I think the last time it was Emiliano Martinez in the 2022 FIFA World Cup.
Yes.
In 2018, I think, was it Hugo Lloris? I'll try to get that off the mark. But in 2014, Manuel Neuer, 2010, Iker Casillas. So until it gets to the final, why I say this is because Casillas won in 2010, the World Cup with Spain. Manuel Neuer won in 2014 the World Cup with Germany. Martinez won the World Cup in 2022 with Argentina. And in 2018 was Thibaut Courtois, thank you, Osas, was the Belgian goalkeeper, and they did get to the semi-finals of that tournament 2018. I think they won bronze in that edition. So until it gets to that stage of the tournament, the tail end, that's when you can now know, okay, it's clear. But Unai Simon has had 4 games, and the man has kept 4 clean sheets. And this in particular is where a lot of I'd say binoculars will be on, because there was the big debate about the Spanish goalkeeping side of things, and like I said, Spain has the best goalkeeping depth in any national team. So I am not surprised to see a Spanish goalkeeper top of the list in the best performing goalkeepers at the World Cup right now in terms of clean sheets. So it could have been Unai Simon. If David Raya starts, fine. If the man from Barcelona, Joan Garcia, starts, fine. Anyone. And this is also a clear sign of why Luis de la Fuente, the entire Spanish setup, don't have any worries with being so hesitant to displace Unai Simon as the starting goalkeeper. Because, I mean, a lot of people say David Raya and Joan Garcia are champions in their respective leagues, the best goalkeepers in their respective leagues. Unai Simon, you might not even consider him as maybe the second best goalkeeper in La Liga when there's Thibaut Courtois and Joan Garcia in that league, and there's even a Jean Black not far anyway. So you don't maybe necessarily put him as top 3, but him being a Basque native, him also being the Spanish number 1 for considerable amount of time. The thing with national team is longevity and consistency. If you're still performing well in your national team, there's a high likelihood that the national team will also be very faithful to you. And you know what it is with Basque players. They rarely leave their clubs. So you'd rarely see, obviously there were clubs who were hot on the heels of Unai Simon. I still believe Manchester United still need a top tier goalkeeper. Clubs like Tottenham Hotspur also need to go into the market for a goalkeeper. A club like Chelsea too also need to be in the market for a goalkeeper. Enough with the Robert Sanchez and what was the other man, the Danish guy in the goal, Philip Jorgensen. Exactly. So Unai Simon could have had a lot of clubs. And where am I heading to with this is that a lot of these clubs might still come calling for him, especially if he keeps up this form. And you ask Spain, can they keep a clean sheet against Portugal in the race for the Golden Glove amongst these goalkeepers? Yeah. Cristiano Ronaldo is a man who I think the motivation on his side right now is at an all-time high. I saw videos of when he went to his team hotel in Toronto, and you could see the fans, and you could see him celebrating and interacting with the fans. Now, a player who believes in his quality, or a player who has had the amount of time and quality that Cristiano Ronaldo has possessed over time, you just need a little bit of confidence and self-belief, and that same player comes running back to you. Cristiano Ronaldo is looking to be that man to lead Portugal. The Portuguese team seems to have that momentum on their side. I'm not saying Spain don't have momentum, but it's going to be a very big clash. Rafael Leao seems to have gotten back a little bit of form, and I think Leao is an environment player. A lot of people ask why Leao wasn't starting the first game, just to digress a bit. But he's a little bit of an environment player. The environment at AC Milan has not been good, which is why he wants to move. And I was telling someone that I'm not surprised he had to play well in the last game against Croatia. You are the one looking for the move right now. So if you don't play well, no club is going to come for you, and you won't be rescued from the ruins of AC Milan. So the Portuguese front line seem to be getting that tick. Now it's just for Martinez to find the right balance. Now, do you start Bernardo Silva on the right hand side of that attack with Ronaldo and Leao, or do you stick with the man known as Francisco Conceição, or do you now say no, Bernardo starts in midfield and you're going to have to automatically drop one of Bruno Fernandes, Vitinha and João Neves? But then if the Portuguese team is balanced, I think they can score against Spain. Portugal against Spain is one fixture that you never know where it tilts to. I mean, the Nations League final last time out was one where Lamine Yamal was vocal about, and then Portugal did win that one. So we've seen Portugal-Spain as a fixture that is very dicey. And a lot of people remember as one of the most notable fixtures, Portugal-Spain in the 2018 World Cup, where Cristiano Ronaldo scored that brilliant hat-trick against La Roja. Different era though, but then the same man, Cristiano Ronaldo, knows how to score against Spain. So for Unai Simon, it's very, very dicey. But then, like I said, there's still a long way to go. We're in the round of 16. Still have about 4 games until the final. Mike Maignan is still in the mix with our France super team, which I think has a very, very good defense line of Saliba and Upamecano. Raul Rangel has not considered a goal for Mexico in this tournament. Keeper for Guadalajara. And you can still see that he's still in the running with 3 clean sheets on the board. Vozinha is out, so he's gone out. Orlando Hill is out, he's gone out. Camilo Vargas is the next goalkeeper in the pecking order with 3 clean sheets for Colombia.
You said that it is not yet. It is still early. They still have more matches to play, and I definitely agree with you on that. Emiliano Martinez, he was the 2022 Golden Glove winner in Qatar. Do you think he has what it takes to get back into the race and maybe pick their award back to back?
Yes. Argentina are still. In fact, if you look at Argentina's draw path, there are not a lot of teams who can actually score against Argentina. The next game they play is against Egypt. If Argentina can actually hold their own, Egypt have no business scoring a goal against Argentina. I'm sorry to say. I'm not discrediting them.
They have considered 3 goals. 2 from Cape Verde
and 1 from Cape Verde, and that was the problem. That Cape Verde game, that was where that issue was, and that game against Jordan also. So I do think that if Argentina can hold their own, Lisandro Martinez seems to be getting into good form. I mean, a goal and an assist. Christian Romero. So with that back line, Nicolas Otamendi is still somewhere around the area. So with that back line, yes, Egypt has Mo Salah, and I could get a little bit of backfire for this. They have Mo Salah, they have Omar Mamouche. But still, I don't think a compact Argentina side should concede a goal against Egypt. I'm sorry to say. Not even one. Okay. A compact Argentina team, when they are up and running for it, might not concede a goal against Egypt, because it's not all about Salah. There's still 10 other guys who has to do the job on the field. So apart from Egypt, the next game they could face in the quarterfinal could be against Colombia. That's where it gets dicey.
Yeah.
Colombia in the mix. Also, don't forget that the team Colombia face is Switzerland. So Argentina have some teams in their path that, if they can keep a reasonable amount of compactness in their next few games, they can actually get clean sheets across board. Now it's the semi-finals where it's dicey for them. Brazil, Norway, Mexico, England, that's on the other side who they could face. So it's still a long way to go. 4 games, he could get, the man who leads the pecking order, Unai Simon, could be ousted against Portugal. And if he's ousted, it means, okay, except it's goalless and ends in penalty, but there could be a likelihood that he concedes a goal.
Yeah.
So Martinez, if he does keep a clean sheet against Egypt, is now one behind to the man known as Unai Simon. So there's still time. I think maybe when it gets to the quarterfinal, semi-final period, we can now have a definite figure of, okay, this guy are the clear favorites for this.
Yeah.
But then looking at the fact that there are still a little bit 4 games left, at least if a team makes the final, then I think that some other goalkeeper still has the chance, because anything can happen. It's knockouts.
So
Anyone can leave.
which other goalkeeper do you see that can sneak into this contenders and then maybe get?
For the function of it,
Yeah, what-
I was actually analyzing Martinez based on the number of games he has. But if I look at the odds, I could say he has maybe a 20% chance. Why am I saying so? It's because I think France have the capability to reach a final. I think Spain also have the ability to reach a final. Now, Simon leads the other. So which other goalkeepers could come in and oust him? Mike Maignan is just one clean sheet away from Unai Simon. He's the
Well, let's talk Canada versus Morocco. Canada became the first co-host nation to exit the 2026 World Cup as they were well beaten by the Atlas Lion of Morocco in Houston. The both sides failed to register a goal in the first half. Well, eventually the Moroccans took the lead 5 minutes after the interval through Azidine Onahi. The Girona midfielder also scored a second goal, and ultimately comfortable win was topped off in stoppage time by Rahimi. Well, Morocco were finally 3 goals to nil winners over Canada. And in what has been what people would call an intense matchup. But anyways, Canada boss Jesse Marsh has said his side were the better side. He said, and I quote, "There was one team on the pitch. We were better than the number 7 team in the world today."
Shut up. You should shut up. You should just close his mouth. You can't be better than a team that pummeled you. This was pummeling. 3 goals to nil.
Yeah, I'm coming to that too. I want to ask you first of all, do you agree with Jess Smash verdict to his side being the better side? I mean, you could see in the first half, the Moroccans, they were struggling.
Yes, quite clear.
Yeah.
Now, see, what do you expect? What do you expect? As they usually say, no be who first go call police, the win case.
Okay.
Now, the Canadians were playing right in front of their home fans, so you would expect a double motivation. They, how would I put it right now? They took the game to the Moroccans without any form of maturity. They took the game to the Moroccans without any form of experience. Now, the Moroccans had to sit back, understand exactly how the Canadians set up their team, how Jesse Marsh set up his team. And you could see Mohamed Kwabi come back in the second half, instructed his boys on exactly what to do. Now, look at that first goal that came in by Asadin Unahi, assisted by the captain of the side, Ashraf Hakimi. You could see that it was well constituted, well orchestrated, catching the Canadians off their. Where was the Canadian defensive midfielder in all of that setup? I'm talking about Nico Sigo in that setup. He was the one that was supposed to ensure that Azedin Onahi doesn't get that ball. Now, the Canadians were all about running helter-skelter like headless chickens, trying to cover every second ball, trying to ensure that the Moroccans don't hold on to possession. And of course, the golfing class showed. Morocco did not have to follow them with the whole, what we call gris-gris football.
Yeah.
Yes, that was what they were out there doing without trying to ensure that there was proper link up between the man up front, Jonathan David, and his midfield. They were just running from left to right, trying to ensure. In fact, what Jesse Marsh told them to do was make sure that the Moroccans don't hold on to the ball. That was what they were there to do. But they were not well designed to build on how they will move from defense to midfield to attack. They didn't do that. That was what they did for the whole of the first half. That was why the first half went that way. The Moroccans just used the first half to understand their game chemistry. Then coming in the second half, they took their time to open up the Canadians. So Jesse Marsh should not be coming here to say the better team won. How would the better team win? And the scorelines is speaking a different thing. Now, Morocco in the second half dominated the Canadians. Made them understand that, see, there is a difference between the Canadians are 24th rank. Yeah. There is a difference between you being 24th ranked and we being 7th rank. There's a huge difference. So Morocco showed that they had class, showed that they had grit, showed very much that they had the experience on their side. You understand what I mean? Yeah. So it's quite very unrespectful for Jesse Marsh to come out and say the better team was the Canadian team.
But also, did you expect anything less than a Morocco win? I mean, they won by 3 goals and beautiful goals, you would say. Yeah. But before the match, did you expect maybe Canada getting the better side of the Moroccan team, or did you actually see Morocco being this good and winning against Canada?
No, I expected the Moroccans to even close out the game right from the very first half of the encounter. I must applaud the Canadians. Yes, they came into the game with fresh fire at the beginning of the first half. And as I've always said, what else are you going to be expecting? A team playing with the backings of their home fans right in front of them. Yeah. What else would you be expecting? But the Moroccans took their time. If you look at what the statistics talked about right there, you could see that in the very first half of that encounter, it was a total of 4 shots to 1 in favor of the Canadians. And in the second half, it was also 6 shots to 4. But you could see that the big chances created was more for the Moroccans in the second half. Yes, they had more of the big chances created, more of the passes connected was to the Moroccans, most especially in the second half, where they had pretty more passes. Okay, in the first half, would I say in total, they had pretty more passes than the Canadians. So now who passes the ball is the one who sees the game clearly. That's exactly what it is. So for me, I think I expected the Moroccans to defeat the Canadians. Yes, I expected them, but I knew it wasn't going to be easy. Okay. Yeah, but for Morocco has shown they have shown every reason why African football should be taken seriously. They've shown that they have actually gone beyond the benchmark that has been placed for African football. And I think the Canadians were not or wouldn't be that fit side to out Morocco from this tournament. Maybe if they come up against stronger hands, like they will be facing France in the next phase of the FIFA 2026 World Cup, that's the quarterfinal stage. Fine, you could say this is where the Moroccans would call it quits from the tournament. But I think for me, Morocco still has what it takes to even go head to head, toe to toe with the French national team. But for the Canadians, for just a match, just go home and see what you can build coming into the next World Cup. But don't play down what Morocco did at all.
Okay, according to Osas, just a match. Hope you're listening. Do not play down what Morocco has done. Well, Morocco have they have progressed and they are going to the quarterfinals. I want to come to you now, Ovi Wallace. Ovi, Morocco in 2022, they were semi-finalists. Now they are quarterfinalists in 2026. France up next. This is not the first time they are going to meet France. You can remember they met France in Qatar 2022. That was the semi-final games. Now they are going to meet them earlier in the quarterfinals. Do you think that the Atlas Lions, they actually have what it takes to go past France and then go maybe, let's say, one better than the last edition?
Against France, it's going to be hard to pull it off. They've shown, especially with the new coach, that they are a strong side. People are actually looking at them as contenders for the World Cup, which is surprising. But you're taking on the best team in the world. In France, they've got the best attack, they've got a balanced defense, and you have to see they haven't really been tested, they haven't really been put to the metal. You have to look at that. Even that 1-0 win against Paraguay, we expected them to get that victory. Yes, we didn't expect the amount of goals pouring in, but they got the win nonetheless, and that's how you have to do in the knockout stages, get the win nonetheless. So that's what Morocco will be aiming for. We've seen that they know how to go on the attack. They know how to get those goals, and the French team are also going to be wary of that too as well. But can they have an answer for the French attack? That is it. Michael Oli said they've got Bradley Barcola there. Kylian Mbappe as well, to Ousmane Dembele on the bench, to Yuka Thuram, Luka Bakura. They've just got a plethora of attack that they can deploy at any point in time. They can deploy anywhere, and it's very, very hard to get an answer for this man, because you hold one person down, another person is just there having free reign. So it's going to really test the Moroccans. But for me, I think this is where they stop.
This is where they stop.
Yeah.
You think they would not pull off a revenge over France?
Not revenge. How many teams want to have a revenge against France? But they're just going to try their best.
Yeah.
They're going to give their best. They're going to give it all to make sure they get that win. No matter how they want to do, they're going to make sure they get that win. I don't know if they're going to use even if it's to get the towels from the keeper. they'll get it away from the keeper, but they're going to find a way to get that win.
Okay, according to Obi Wallace, Morocco find a way with Ovi. Ovi, did you expect small goals from the France side? They just scored one goal, and it was from penalty spots.
We were having this discussion yesterday. I, Daniel Mondi, Marvin, where I was on the mic one, and we expected it to be a trash in it, especially how France have been dishing out goals like as if it's Christmas to everyone. So against Paraguay, first 10 minutes no goal, I was not really surprised. 20-30 minutes and I was like, okay, maybe Paraguay can hold their own for the first half. Heading into the second half, until late into the 70th minute that they got a goal, and I felt like that was what Paraguay wanted. That was their answer. They felt they needed to lock up France defense and try and take them to penalties or extra time and just wear them out, and it looked to be working till they got that penalty, and there was no how, or there was no way France were not going to get that, especially with all the fouls that Paraguay were committing, especially with how tense the match was. We saw how they were trying to rile up Kylian Mbappe, it didn't work and all. So it was very heated in that match, and for France, especially with that attack, you expected more goals, more delivery, because more goals guarantee you a better chance of making it to the next round. So I expected more goals from France with that attack, but it didn't come. It doesn't mean they are into the next round. They are not going to look at that match. They are going to focus on what's next in front of them, and that's Morocco, and how they can pour more goals into Morocco's nets.
Okay, well, you talked about the officiating and Paraguay's approach to the game. You would say Paraguay's approach, at least it paid off a little bit. They just considered one goal. I did not see Paraguay going up against France and coming out successful. But we want to look at the officiating. A lot of people have come out to say that match was a boxing match. It was a UFC fight, because we saw the amount of you were talking about the whole fight and how they were trying to roll up Kylian Mbappe. It would surprise you to know that for this Paraguay side, there was no yellow card. They did not have any yellow card. There was no booking given to them by the referee. But for the Lions of France, they got 3 yellow cards actually. They got 3 yellow cards in that match. Asas, the officiating has come into a whole lot of the Paraguay side. They were very, very, very should I say physical. They were physical in the match, but no yellow card, no booking for Jose Alfaro's side. How would you rate the officiating in that game?
I don't see. For this 2026 FIFA World Cup, we've had questionable officiating calls. We've had calls that okay. Let's take the game yesterday. Michael Oliver was the one who officiated the game between Morocco and Canada, and he was just the man dishing out the cards. He was very benevolent. He was very generous with the way he gives out the cards. And yes, then flip to the other side. On the flip side, the game between France and Paraguay, you could see that the referee was very stingy with his cards. Not just being stingy with his cards, he was now not placing his cards the right way he was supposed to place his cards. I saw clips of that game. I didn't watch the game all through, the game between Paraguay and France, but I saw clips of it, and I saw certain calls that should have warranted a red card, a sending off. There was one on the Barcelona right back, the French Barcelona right back. What's his name again? Koundé. Yes, it was Koundé. It was a clear. I don't know whether I would call that one a punch, because he was on a run with a Paraguay player, and the best the Paraguay player could do was just dish out a punch on his cheeks, and he had to go down to the ground, and the referee just looked the other way and waved on that the game should continue. We saw that also happen. There was a stamping, a stud stamping, which deserved, if not a huge one, a yellow card. It should have been a red card, but all of these did not go through. I wouldn't want to say, I wouldn't want to be of the school of thought to say that officiating would damage the complexion of the FIFA World Cup. But I think
we've already seen a whole lot of officiating scandals. Even Portugal versus Croatia, the goal that was disallowed, a whole lot. I mean, this is another officiating scandal in the World Cup, in the 2026 World Cup.
Let's just say officiating mishap at this point, because FIFA hasn't really come out to they've not said anything concerning it. So officiating mishap, I don't know when all of this will stop, because we brought in the video assistant referee to help the center referee with certain calls that could be very deceptive to them. But this time it seems the video assistant referee has also come in to add salt to the injury that we're already experiencing when it has to do with poor officiating in the game of football. And it's not really going right at this point. Yeah, I must say that it's not really going right at this point, because so many persons have felt the hammer of poor officiating. So many persons have felt the hammer of going on the receiving end of officiating, and that's not what we want in football these days. Right from the beginning of the tournament to this point, we've always been having stains of officiating not well done, and it's not looking real good right now in the FIFA 2026 World Cup, I must tell you. That game between France and Paraguay should have seen Paraguay have its players pick at least a red card in that particular encounter, but it didn't happen. What else can we do? It's to move on to the next game and continue to pray that it doesn't get to a point where we have to shut down the game and shut down the World Cup. Then it becomes very obvious. I'm trying to use the African Cup of Nations 2025 African Cup of Nations as a case study. We saw what happened. Questionable officiating continued right from the group stages down to the knockout stages, and everyone was just soaking up the pressure. But when it got to the finals and got to a point where nobody could take it again, the entire tournament was shut down. Because see, that stage walkout by Senegal was a shutdown. Yes, it was a shutdown. The whole world was watching, and something that hasn't happened in football for a very long time came back to our faces again. And it was now a case of, if we had handled it earlier on, before now, it wouldn't have gotten this bad. If the Confederation of African Football had handled it earlier on, before now, it wouldn't have gotten to this bad. I just hope it wouldn't have gotten this bad. I just hope that FIFA is taking note of all of these things and doing every necessary move, or taking every necessary move to ensure that it doesn't get beyond where it could be controlled. Because if it gets to a point where we see what happened in the AFCON 2025, in the World Cup, in the FIFA World Cup 2026, then I think it will be an unforgettable experience, a negative, unforgettable experience. But for me, I think let the game continue, let the drive continue. Let's see how it goes. Win your game on the pitch of play. That's what France did yesterday. In as much as they were on the receiving side of the officiating calls, they made sure that they won that game. That's why you could see the likes of Kylian Mbappe celebrate in a way, in a provocative way. In fact, his post-match interview, he said some things which I don't think he should have said. Yes, concerning the Paraguay team.
You can excuse him. It's the emotion.
It's the emotion, but he's a pro footballer. Yeah, I know that we're all human beings, but he should have kept it out of that, because you draw bad blood that would not just linger within the 2026 FIFA World Cup, but will go even far beyond the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Okay, France coming up against Morocco. Asas, it's your turn. You see France going past Morocco. It is a clash again. They had already come
in 2022, in the semi-finals, yes, which France defeated Morocco by 2-0.
Yeah,
so I think
it's a revenge.
Yeah, it could be a revenge. It could be a second chance for the Moroccans. Yeah, because now the Moroccan team now and the Moroccan team in 2022 are totally different. Yeah. This is an improved Moroccan team. Yeah. That team has taken 4 years to work on themselves, and they are here. They are the AFCON winners, the AFCON champions. Why are you keeping your face like that? I didn't know the AFCON winners.
They are the AFCON winners, but CAF has not yet dropped event.
We don't care. See, CAF is the one that has. See, what we know now is Morocco are the AFCON 2025 winners. If CAF decides to change it, that's when we can start considering Senegal. But CAF, being the regulatory body for football in this continent, has said Morocco are the 2025 AFCON winners. It's not Senegal. So Morocco are the AFCON winners. They've come of age from 2022 up to this point. They've grown in grit, they've grown in strength, they've grown in tactical knowledge, and they've got a seasoned manager, Mohamed Kwabi, yes, in the reins. The last time was what's his name? I think I've forgotten the name of their former coach, Rafenors, was that name again? But I will pick it up quickly. But this is an improved tactician holding on to the Moroccan national team. So it's not the same team that France beat 2-0 in the semi-finals of the 2022.
I'm sorry to cut you short, but I think you were looking for Walid
Regragui. Yeah, that's the former coach of Morocco, the one that took them to the African Cup of Nations. So now, I think they've come of age. They are improved. So if you're looking at that game and saying the French national team would just breeze past the Moroccan national team, I don't think so. But for me, I give it on a scale of 10, or let me say on the percentage base, I'll give France a 60% and Morocco a 40%. Now, that is dependent on the fact that things could change right there in that game because of how the atmosphere could be. Yeah. Yes, Morocco could come out and just be fired up and could push along. The French national team could come out and look a bit cold and it could balance it. The referee could come out and look a bit excited and turn the game around. Yeah, so these three things could also work in favor of any of the sides. So Morocco could come out and be fired up the same way Canada were fired up yesterday against the Moroccans. Hit, push to the French national team so quickly and maybe get the goal. Yeah. And it could turn the face of the game from that point. The French national team could also come out and be a bit tired because, they've gone through a lot coming from the group stages of this game, and maybe just offer the Moroccans a chance to be in front or have the front foot in that particular encounter. And Morocco could take it with both arms and take the lead. Yes, the referee could also determine a lot himself, and the video assistant referee, they could determine a lot in that particular encounter. So if that happens in the FIFA 2026 World Cup, they are one of the favorites to win it. Yes, they're one of the favorites to win it in that particular one. So, but that's exactly how it is right now. But I think Morocco still carries the flag and the dreams of African sides going into the FIFA 2026 World Cup business end, which is the final, semi-final, and the final.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question, but we have to.
For Shoko of say we don't carry our product enter Rivers State, but say we still there for Aba. Anywhere where you did Agnes roofing product, go find you come. Our product don't enter market. Long span, made couple, step tie, small gutter design. As big man consign, we still get stone coated roofing sheet, shingle, mineno, classic board, wood shake, and woman. No forget saying Dr. Agnes one man with the manufacturer Agnes one man data tooth powder. Nice to carry this open product enter market. Wakaskele Wugali has only enter office waiting for kilometer 20 Aba Port Harcourt Expressway. Equated Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bibo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 Aba N West Expressway. Go to Chema for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product. I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're
global segment of today's Spotlight, the weekend marathon edition. Thompson Blessing right here, holding proceedings as we have been talking everything football from the global scene. The World Cup has been heating up. We have talked about the Golden Globe. It is a prestigious award just for the goalkeepers. We're talking the round of 16 now. We have gone through the match versus Canada versus Morocco, and now we are talking France versus Paraguay. And I threw a question to the guys. The next match that we're going to see, the first quarter final match that has been decided, is that of Morocco versus France. And I had Osas in Henry giving us his thoughts. And I just wanted to ask a little question, Osas. If Morocco ends up beating France in that quarter-final clash, do you think it is an upset?
It's usually an upset, obviously. Where is France placed on the FIFA ranking right now? France should be third, I think. Let me just quickly get that. France should be third on the FIFA ranking, if I'm not mistaken. And if a third seat is taken out by the seventh seed, it's quite an upset. Oh, France is first, number one. They hold number one. So France is number one team right there in the FIFA ranking. So if the seventh team unseats the number one team, then it's quite an upset. Yes, it is. It's quite an upset. Yeah, but both teams are not too far apart from each other when it has to do with the FIFA ranking. So just 6 teams in between both. That tells you that Morocco still has a chance in this particular one. So, but if they take out France, I think they've made the job easier for themselves, because with France out, Morocco can dream of getting into the finals of the FIFA World Cup. At that end, where we have France and Morocco, we also have Spain and Portugal. Yeah. So if Morocco gets won over France, then they can dream of one more step That's either over Spain or Portugal, and they would now have a chance of facing, for me, either Argentina or Brazil. Yeah, either Argentina or Brazil for me. Yeah. So if that happens, Morocco could dream of winning the FIFA World Cup for the very first time for any African nation.
You're taking them that far.
Yeah, they could go if they can defeat France, then Morocco has all it takes to even go defeat the defending champions Argentina if they come face to face in the finals of the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Okay, you have heard the thoughts from the guys. You've heard all we have been discussing. It is now time to get you into the business. Here we have the phone lines. As
Are fallacy. Another time Morocco said, have they been winning the CAF Champions League and the CAF this thing all year round? Have they been winning it? There's no competition in Africa. Have they been winning the World Cup? The African Cup of Nations without no contest?
No.
Can they beat all African nations? Even the Nigeria, they removed us with Senegal defeated them. So what are they saying? They're nothing like that. Those things are fallacy. What I want to say is, you see, Morocco is coming. Morocco will remove France. I just want to correct us that. Stop looking at the paper. That newspaper, this thing is not reality on the field. For that, don't use paper to judge when you go to the field. And secondly, these are not when a black team or African team is playing with one white team or European team or South American team. They should bring black refs now. Let them try black refs more. Big time the Africans will be playing with Europeans. They will bring another European country refs to blow. Why not bring African refs? I know nobody will believe that something goes on. Something goes on here. I tell you, something goes on. There's a program I was watching, and they said, hey, the boat they brought, the hurricane is coming to an island. So one family bring out one person, the other people will die in that island. All the family, one person should go. So some people, mama, my mom will go. One old woman, they know, my son, go. You are still young. You will have children. Me, I cannot have children again. Let me stay. At the end of the day, some family, they took their mom, some put their mom in the boat. Some mom say, no, my son, go. The end of the day, the hurricane diverted, left the island now, went into the ocean and tumbled that boat. Everybody died inside the boat. The island was safe. So the ones that say, Mama, go, started crying. The ones that say, I will go, everybody was regretting. Child, my mom will go for stay. My picking for go for stay. So it's the same thing to this ref. So we cannot say, let them try black. Let black ref, maybe Nigeria and Brazil will be playing. Let them bring African refs to play from another country. You don't see this thing that there is a little distance we don't understand. Look at what Messi. If it is these people, they will give Messi red card. If it is an African player, that first match. So look, we just leave this thing. The game na their own, and then start the game. So there is something in this particular game. Look, watch the officiating. I watched that yesterday. The officiating is something else. Why Britain against France? Because there are a lot of blacks there. This Portuguese Paraguay, because they are Portuguese that left Portugal. Why everything they gave France all the yellow cards? You know, the other guy punched the French guy. I thought that what could they see they look this thing? Because then they do them, we need to understand them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. A Nigerian ref in the World Cup. Hello, Kola. Good afternoon and welcome to the show.
Yeah, I'm going to Chief Rice calling from March.
Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, okay. Concerning Morocco saying that they are not African, they really say so. I remember when they score goal, they dedicated it to Arab. They say they are from Arab, not Africa. So
that is actually not confirmed.
All I know is that they made it, but that is not the case anyway. I like that the World Cup, so and I also back them to do more than this, to go beyond this performance. I want them to be France anyway.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughts. You can keep the calls coming in 0810951091. You can call and talk on all we have said on the show. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon, Blessing.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's Kabalobari.
Welcome,
yes,
Kabalobari.
About the issue on ground. Either Morocco, they want to come up Africa or they don't want to come up Africa. For me, I don't get their time. Either they come out or they don't come out. If they like, let them stay. Because the last time, when they win that top place, they see they win it for Arab nation. Yes, they talk and so anything what they want to do for this one, that one are for Morocco. But for me, I don't go feel support them, make them win. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Kabalobari, for your thoughts. Kabalobari said, you know, if he supports Morocco. Well, they are an African country and they are making Africa.
They are an African country. They love. See, me, I support Morocco. Morocco showed us love when we went for the AFCON 2025. It's not. I'm going to reciprocate it.
They showed us love against a North African team.
Yes, I'm not part of the people that would castigate Morocco.
They showed us love. We could have slipped on our toes, so they helped us to remove it and keep it for us.
Well, for me, it was because that was a North African team.
I don't think so. We've seen Zimbabwe stand up against their own South African team. Yes, taking points away from South Africa. So for me, I think see, the Moroccans, African team should up their game. If you look at the way it is right now, Morocco would love to want to play in the African Cup of Nations. It's because of the way things were before now. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they had to inquire if they could join UEFA. But if we continue churning out performances like this, look at what the Africans have done at the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah,
it's something commendable. So if we continue this way, Morocco would be very much happy as well as proud to be associated with African football. They are Africans. They can't lie about that. Forget the Arab links. Go look at the origination of Morocco, the original Moroccans. They are all Africans, just like Egypt is.
Okay, you can keep the phone calls coming in. Let's take this one from the SMS spot too. As it says, good day, sports lovers. You people are doing a great job. France will beat Morocco any day, anytime, because the gods will always be gods and dogs will always be dogs. Jenny from Bakan. Sas and Obi. Well, I'll start with you, Obi. What are your expectations from this match?
Lots of goals. And it's going to be a tight encounter between Celestial and the Vikings, and with Vini on flying form, and also as well too, Ellen brought Haaland on flying form. We're expecting both top players to get on the score sheets as well, and a very balanced team. Yes, Brazil may not be the five-time world champions that we know, but it's still a very, very strong team that they've got there, especially with Carlo Ancelotti in the dugout there. And for the Norwegian team, they've been able to get this far after coming back to the World Cup after how many years. And their star striker, their star man, Erling Haaland, has announced his name on the big stage, and he has done it in emphatic fashion. I think 5 matches now, and he's scored in all of them. And he's going to continue scoring more goals. He's in the race for the Golden Boot to show you just how important the man is, and not just in the team as well. You just have to look at Martin Odegaard in the team as well, so a lot in the team as well. We've got good and strong and capable players in all aspects. A very balanced team, even team for both nations. So, but I think I will give it to Norway to get over the edge here, because I think Brazil have been kind of shaky in their previous match. You have to look at that match against Japan, and you see they kind of exploited Japan's weakness there.
Yeah.
They've exploited Japan's weakness there. So for Erling Haaland, he's got 5 goals, and the last 5 goals, yeah.
And he didn't actually score in all the matches, as well said.
He was benched. He scored in all the matches.
Did he score in all the matches? Okay, he was benched against Morocco.
Against France.
Did he play against Morocco?
Morocco was a
Okay,
friendly.
that was
in
a
the
friendly.
World Cup 1, 2, and 3,
Oh, okay.
which is against Iraq, against Senegal, and against Cote d'Ivoire. He did not play
Against France. All right.
So he scored in all the matches he's played in. So against Vinicius Junior, Casemiro, and all. But it's going to be an even game for me. But I think I'll still give it to Norway to get over the line.
Okay. Okay. Can I get a scoreline for me?
We'll see 3-2.
In favor of?
In favor of the Norwegians.
Okay, in favor of the Norwegians. According to Ovie, Elsas, I'm coming to you. Ovie talked about the both sides brimming with talents, a whole lot of key players, both from the Brazilians and for the Norwegians. Which player do you think, or which set of players, which particular player are you looking forward to? Do you think would be a key player for their sides in this game?
For me, I think Matheus Cunha would be a very key player for the Brazilian national team, as well as Vinicius Junior. These two guys, Matheus Cunha should be in the mood of taking the chances and making sure that every chance counts.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it. At this business end of the FIFA World Cup, it's not a time where you try out chances. You're given 10 and you waste half of it. You could see the game between DR Congo and England in the round of 32. The chances were very slim for England, chances created, but you could see that everyone that came the side of Harry Kane, he made sure that it counted. So that's exactly what Matheus Cunha will be doing right now. For Vini, Vini has got the trickery. He has got the ability to open up the Norwegians from that left-hand side where he loves to operate, and you know him as an advanced forward. He has the ability of even contributing to the goals by coming in from the left and trying to get the ball to his right foot and unleashing shots at any time. So I think these two players will be very key to the Brazilian national team. And another player that will be key is that man Casemiro. Very good at.
He actually had an injury scare in the last match.
And also a yellow card.
Yes, he had an
yellow card. So, but I think the Brazilian national team would not be able to do it without him at this point. For Casemiro, he's going to be very, very instrumental in cutting out the Norwegian attack. The Norwegians know how to build very well. Remember that there is Martin Odegaard right there. There is also Patrick Berg, very, very instrumental midfielder there for the Norwegians. So it's one thing that I think the Brazilians will want to really look into, making sure that they cut the Norwegians from having that fluid. When Haaland is fed properly, he does produce sparks and magic right up front. For the Norwegians, it's Erling Haaland. Get all the balls to him. So can the midfielders, as I said, Patrick Berg, Sanders Berg, as well as Martin Odegaard, can they do the business of feeding the tall man up front? Because I think he's going to be the only reason Norway will get past Brazil. If that happens, he's going to be the only reason for that. Alexander Charlotte is also there, but he's not lived up to the billing in this particular FIFA World Cup. So these players are the ones I believe could hold the key to unlocking the round of 8, or call that the quarterfinal stage for these two sides. Is that the round? Yeah, the quarterfinal stage for these two sides. Yes.
Do you think, Osas, do you think that these sides are on the same level on paper? Do you think that they are leveled? Or maybe do you think there is an underdog and maybe a superior side? Norway this is going to be their first quarterfinal match if they eventually go past Brazil. Do you think if Norway gets past Brazil, it is going to be an upset, or you think that the Norwegians actually can get past Brazil without calling it an upset?
It's a huge upset if Norway knocks out Brazil. Well said. You said if they go past this stage. It's going to be their first time into the quarterfinal stage. And Norway has been far away from the FIFA World Cup for a very long time. They were not there in 2022. They were not there. I don't think they were there in 2018. Yeah, so they've been far away from the FIFA World Cup for a very long time. And you're talking about 5-time FIFA World Cup champions in Brazil. You're talking about a team that has never failed to qualify for the FIFA World Cup. So if Norway beats that team, don't you think that would go in as one of the biggest upsets in world football?
It could. Obi said something that Brazil are not the Brazilians. The Brazil side now are not the Brazilians.
But there is no how a lion will lose his touch and turn to a chicken. It's not possible. No matter how bad it is for Brazil, they breathe, they feed, they excrete football. So it's going to be weird to see.
Now the lion meet elephant.
not in Norway. So I don't expect. See, football is something that is also played hugely from the mind. Yes, football is played hugely from the mind. Brazil has got that. They've got that cutting edge. They've got that emotional strength. They've got the odds in favor of them when it has to do with the psyche, because they understand that, see, ide body at any point in time. It might not be good right now, but ide body at any point in time. So the whole animation you're seeing is just this Djokovic, Safiolin,
there's a very, very funny thing about records and history. The fact that Brazil has faced Norway 4 times without getting the better of them, not even once. Norway are unbeaten. They are the only side that Brazil has faced multiple times without beating them, and it just goes to show that this history have a way of unnerving opponents, of unnerving themselves. I mean, it's down to these players now to have that break away from that mentality. I think it's a huge boost. It's a huge boost for the Brazilian side when you have to look at the fact that they will want to break that record. They will want to find a way to get over that mental barrier of never beating Norway before. And it's also a very, very huge boost for the Norwegian side, because they are thinking, okay, we've come against the Seleção 4 times and we've not lost to them even once. Who says we can't go out here and do it again? I mean, records and history back us, so let's go out on the pitch. And then that being said, yes, Brazil are favorites. Yes, it's going to be an upset. Is it going to be one of the greatest upsets? I don't think so. I think Norway can go on par with Brazil, at least on a goal scoring edge. They can definitely go on par with the Seleção. They could say, okay, yes, let's take this game to them and let's try to impose ourselves even better. So that's why I definitely think that it's not going to be a huge upset. However, Brazil are favorites going into this style. I think they are just around the 58% expected to win this or to progress, with Norway having just around about the rest of the percentages being 42. So it just goes to show you that yes, they are favorites going into this one, but not overwhelmingly. Neither are they expected to absolutely breeze through the Norwegians.
Alex, just to cut you short there, the last time that Norway went to the World Cup, they had a 28 years absence at the World Cup. The last being the 1998 World Cup.
Yeah.
That was where they got that 2-1 win over Brazil. And after 21 years, they are meeting again in the World Cup. And just like you said, Alex, the odds, they have met 4 times and 2 wins in favor of the Norwegians, and then 2 draws. You can actually say Norway have the better side. Like, history favors them.
Yeah.
History favors them this side. That's why I had to ask, is it really an upset if they get on and maybe get a win over Brazil?
Just to reiterate on that, I don't think it's a huge upset. If we are being very, very honest, I do not think it's a huge or it's the biggest upset if that happens. What I do think concerning that situation is the fact that Norway have proven themselves over time. Yes, they are not the best of goal scoring options, or when sorry, I meant to say defensive options. When you look at the teams who have conceded the most, I think they've conceded in every game. Conceded 4 versus France, 1 versus Iraq, 2 versus Senegal, and 1 versus Ivory Coast. But the good side of that is that in those games they've scored at least 1 or 2. If we were to take out the one where they used their second team to play France, they've had at least 2. Even in that game versus France, I always like to reiterate the fact that they created more big chances than France. They didn't put them away. They had a penalty missed. They had more expected goals in that game than France. So their attacking talent has no doubt. Off the bench, on the starting lineup, there is no doubt about Norway's attacking firepower, but the issue is always going to be that vulnerability in their defense, which Brazil would want to find a way to feed on. And so I think at the end of the day, it's just about what Brazil can do, what the Seleção can do to hurt them, and how they'll be able to keep that Norway's attack in check. But like I said, there's a mental game there. Norway thinks we've done this before, we are unbeaten versus them. I've seen this play out numerous times. I would not be surprised, Blessing, if the Norwegians were to pull through.
Okay, you've heard from the guys right here in the studio. Norway versus Brazil. What are your expectations? What do you think would be the scoreline at the end of the match? Do you think the Vikings have what it takes to go past Brazil? Or do you think Brazil would, get a win over Norway for the first time in
Hello, my name is Kanwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
A very, very good evening and welcome to the final part of the you could say the marathon edition, where we have a run over the course of 8 hours and 30 minutes, going from yesterday being Saturday into today being a Sunday. It is that time where we get to talk transfers. Yes, it is the transfer a special edition, and you are listening to the voice of Kabari Alexander, here to give you the latest. I still maintain the guys in the studio. I've got Ovie Wallace here with me. I've got Sas, the demigod in the world of sports, as we get ready to break down every transfer confirmed, rumors, who has moved from where to what point, and who is going to go. Yes, some names might surprise you to find them still being listed on transfer news. Even the players that you speculated are already staying. Some of them might be leaving, yes, because they are confirmed exits. They are new names that are set to be signed up to different teams, and they are also the ones who are set to undergo medicals for their different teams. Yes, that a Formula One race at Silverstone has concluded with Charles Leclerc winning that one over there. He has converted that one. I don't know what happened to Kimi Antonelli over there, but I was rooting for him. I'll let that one slip. I was rooting for him. He was in pole position, picked up all sprint points, and he was in max conditions for this race.
I doubt if Kimi would be able to hold on to this lead for too long a time. I'm beginning to see or entertain doubts on Kimi Antonelli winning the Drivers' Championship for this particular season. He's beginning to lose it, and it shouldn't be at this time. This is the time where he needs to be given all the support that he needs. This is the time where he needs to, I don't know, if in some cases before, it would have been prioritizing Kimi Antonelli over George Russell. But this time, George is also a candidate to run in for the Drivers' Championship for Mercedes. So it's not like those days. The last time I saw something like this was with Mercedes, when we had Lewis Hamilton and Valtteri Bottas. It was quite clear at this point that Valtteri Bottas was not in the running, so he would just become the sacrificial lamb at any point. They could say to him, Toto Wolff could say to him at that period, go out there, go and just form a shield, form a cover for Lewis Hamilton as he continues to gather points to win the Drivers' Championship. But for now, he's so sorry for Kimi Antonelli, because George Russell right now seems to be the better driver to win the Drivers' Championship for Mercedes this season ahead of Kimi Antonelli. Antonelli is young, 19 years of age, so you wouldn't throw your weight behind a 19-year-old at this point where the going has become tough and only the tough will get going. That's exactly what any person would do. So I wouldn't blame the entire Mercedes setup if they want to look away from Kimi and say just keep whatever you're doing there. Let's focus on George Russell. But it was a great race. The Ferrari guys showing that they are back. I don't know if it's going to be like Ronaldo, or maybe they'll now shout my back at the end of
Your
the
own is
season.
not I'm back. Your own is my
My
back.
So I just hope it doesn't go that way at this point. But it's a good one to see a 1-3 finish for Ferrari at this point. One of the constructors that can wrestle Mercedes for the constructors championship this particular season.
Okay, yeah. 1-3 finish as of SAS did say for both Ferrari drivers being Leclerc in that winning position, and Lewis Hamilton, Sir Lewis Hamilton, coming in third. And I think it was Russell who did finish second too on that one right there. I'll let Ovie give you the exclusive or the entire standings of who finished in what position. But in that same time, I can also tell you that Novak Djokovic has broken Roman Schiaffulin in the fourth set. Novak Djokovic leads the fourth set by 2 games to love. It is currently 2-1 on sets. Novak Djokovic is currently leading him on sets, and he's also leading him in the fourth set. It's not the deciding set because Roman Schiaffulin can still come in to take or to upset and force a decider. But as it stands right now, Djokovic in pole position to convert and to advance to the quarterfinals. Yes, and Ovie, you have the full standings of this Silverstone Grand Prix and the drama that unfolded right at the end, because I think I saw a safety car right at the end there.
Yeah, a safety car right 2 laps to the end, came at lap 50. We're expecting the safety car to end, and then we'd have had a crazy 2 lap of drama. But FIA, being the FIA, decided, see, that's drama if once will not give it to you, will end it like that. So they just killed the fun. But it ended with Charles Leclerc in P1 and George Russell in P2, Lewis Hamilton in P3, Lando Norris in P4. So we had 3 British drivers from P2 to P4. Then Isaac Hadjar, the only Red Bull, finishing in P5. Liam Lawson in P6, Arvid Lindblad in P7, Gabriel Bortoleto in P8 for the Audi. For the Alpine, it was Colapinto in P9, then Pierre Gasly finishing P10 with the Alpine. The surprise was Max Verstappen getting a DNF. Nico Hülkenberg too, and Alex Albon also having a DNF. But let's take a look later at what happened to Max Verstappen and what just transpired. Was he was having a good race, especially after he went to pit for his hard tires, and it looked like after getting to the mediums, I saw this message to the engineer: should I start pushing? And he said yes. So I expected him to finished on the podium, but we'll take a look at that later.
All right, as Ovie has rightly said, we'll get to take a very, very conclusive look at what happened or how it all unfolded at the Silverstone Grand Prix. And it looks like Djokovic has found his mojo and is looking to close this out. It's currently 40-15 in the third game of the fourth set. He's serving to take a 3-love lead in that fourth game, in the third game of the fourth set. Yes, and he is. If you looked at his body language when he had to go up against Roman in that should we call it the game or the set which Roman Schiaffulin had to take back, his body language looked like someone who was ready to give that set to Roman Schiaffulin and focus on the next one, and it just looks like that's what the man Novak has done here. But right now it's 40-30.
Roman Schiaffulin just needs to win one more game to balance this. There's a reason why I'm telling you that.
No, I think it could very easily, as it's out, he has converted. I think it could very, very easily go to a bagel. It could be a bagel in the.
It shouldn't be a bagel.
Why are we so animated about it? Also, care to explain. We need details, please.
It's personal for us. See, it's personal for us. So don't ask him that.
You do not want Schiaffulin to upset Novak. You don't want that upset, but you just you just need Schiaffulin to see out one of his own sets.
For the love of tennis.
I want to understand why 6-1? Why a specific scoreline?
For the love of tennis. for the younger ones in tennis to to pick some sort of motivation from Siafolin. You can't
lose by big.
Yes. No, you can't even come to 15 games all through. You can't win the next set and you now 15. Get bagelled.
He's currently on 15 already.
Yes.
So you mean like 16?
Yes, 16. Oh. So now you just cannot get to 15 and get bagelled.
There's a specific number. I would almost think it's your birthday or something and you're turning sweet 16, which is why you want Roman. But I don't know the connections you have with Roman Siafolin, but we hope he gets that number 16 for Osasi's sake and for the love of tennis. But yes, with that being said, we are going to jump straight into transfer specials. We did it last week. We are here to continue the trend. Yes, from now up until 6, I'm going to be reneging you with the latest happenings in all of European transfer. Yes, we are going to be well focused, not just from Europe, but also outside of it, as a lot of major deals are unfolding. And where else to start than to start with Manchester City and Arsenal, because there was a saga. The saga has just concluded. Yes, the boy in prospect was a 16-year-old winger, Jeremy Monga. Now, City are closing in on completing a deal for Leicester City teenager, Jeremy Monga, and reports suggest that City will pay up to 12.5 million euros for the 16-year-old winger. Now, Monga, he turned 17 in 5 days, which is when he can sign his first professional contract. And Arsenal had been in talks to sign Monga, who is the third youngest player to feature in a Premier League match behind Gunners duo Max Daumann and Ethan Nwaneri. He made his debut for Leicester, aged 15 years and 271 days against Newcastle in April 2025. Monga made 47 appearances for Leicester's first team, scoring once and setting up 2. Arsenal had held talks over signing Jeremy Monga before Manchester City agreed a deal for the Leicester teenager. Now, Sky Sports News reported that the 16-year-old was keen to join the Premier League champions once their interest became clear. However, it is understood that Arsenal were not prepared to meet the valuation and withdrew their interest. Reports suggest Man City will pay up to 12.5 million euros for Monga, who turns 17 in 5 days, and he signs his first professional contract. Osas, I'll come to you with this one. I just have to come to you. Arsenal have always had a history of delaying or over delaying on transfers. It's something that many would argue Manchester United have emulated in recent seasons with the way they tend to stall up on deals. But this has always been Arsenal's title for quite some time now. Is this the trend continuing? A lot of persons have talked about you are Premier League champions, act like Premier League champions. Your valuation was just under 7 million euros, and City are set to pay just around 12. That is a 5 million euro difference in valuation. Is this going to be a case of, if you value him, bring him to the Emirates? Or is it just a case of Arsenal still being as meager as possible and not deciding to go full on for a player who had expressed interest in the move to the Emirates?
I think is Arsenal trying to be cautious. These days in the transfer market, teams always evaluate fully. Jeremy Monga, as well said, would be 17 anytime in 5 days' time, and he's a pretty young chap right here. Remember that Arsenal has got Max Daumann in that team.
Yeah.
So bringing in another teenager, you have to be very careful. And not a teenager just like a teenager, an ordinary teenager. You're bringing in a high-profile teenager because no matter how it is, he comes in. It's going to be difficult for him to unseat some of the already established players within that squad, even if they are not pushing. You don't expect a Jeremy Monga to unseat a Leandro Trossard if he stays back, if he was to stay back.
Yeah.
Yes, because Trossard has a lot to offer in terms of experience. Yes, so now when you're going in for such a player, you would be very careful with how you break the banks.
Yeah.
That's what Arsenal is trying to do here. It's a normal thing that every team would do. I think for Manchester City, they are motivated with the fact that Arsenal has put their hands into this. They just want to create what we call a transfer battle. They want it looking like it's going to be a transfer.
Sorry to cut you there because Roman Siafulin has converted. It is 16.
Yes, he has saved tennis.
He has saved
tennis for the future. From the hands.
I do not understand this.
From the hands of
you
his
could elaborate any further, Ovie.
He has saved tennis. He has saved the life of people. He's a man. See, we should put his statue right there
in front of
center court.
Yes,
right.
The young tennis players look up to Safiolin.
He's coming back from beating Joao Fonseca.
Yeah, in
the same Joao Fonseca who beat Novak Djokovic. At that was
I like
was it Roland Garros or so?
Roland Garros, yeah.
In the
flesh and blood did not reveal this to you. So back to what I was saying. I think Manchester City just throwing themselves in for this to become a transfer battle. I don't think there should be anything too much for a young chap like Jeremy Monga. Yes, take nothing away from him. He's a very talented winger. Back at Leicester City, you saw what he did there for Leicester City before they dropped away from the Championship to the League One. So now, I think it's just simple. It's just that transfer battle you're seeing here. So I'm not going to say this is Arsenal because we saw Arsenal last season. We saw Arsenal closing deals. Huge deals,
but some could argue that was under Edu Gaspar. Now this is Andrea Berta. Is this going to be a trend?
And I don't think it's going to be a trend. As I well stated, it's Arsenal trying to be cautious on how you put in money. Remember, Arsenal is still in the running for other players, even within the same position of Jeremy Monga. So now you don't just expect Arsenal to just be ready to blow things the way Manchester City is wanting it to be. Okay, come out, since what Manchester City has done a 12, you just come out and you want to do a 15. You just bring in a huge battle. Imagine when that happens and he flashes in the eyes of other teams like Liverpool, Manchester United, or even as far away Real Madrid. He could turn it into something not really expected for the transfers. So I think it's just the normal thing. Arsenal being cautious right here, not that it's a trend of Arsenal trying to delay with the transfers.
Okay, now it is all but confirmed that Jeremy Monga will be moving or will be signing with Manchester City, as Leicester has already accepted that bid and Monga have accepted personal terms with Manchester City. So it's just the process of putting pen to paper. But we'll still stay with Arsenal on this one, where according to journalist Fabrizio Romano, Arsenal's priority target to bolster their options out wide is Aston Villa's forward Morgan Rogers. Yes, he had already sort of rearticulated that Arsenal, their number one target remains Morgan Rogers. And if they can reach an agreement with Aston Villa, they will sign him. If they can't, Bradley Barcola could be an option. But in this moment, I feel that Rogers is the most serious candidate to become the new winger for Mikel Arteta because Arsenal have made good progress on the player side. It's now down to the Gunners to strike a deal with the Villains for the England international, who is said to be valued at a staggering, wait for it, at a staggering 130 million British pounds. Morgan Rogers to Arsenal for 130 million pounds. First of all, do you think our Arsenal are going to fork out the money required to bring the Villan star over to the Emirates? And secondly, is he worth this amount?
Well, with the sale of Leonardo Trossard,
how much came in from Leonardo Trossard? Now, which one are you starting with the sale of Leonardo Trossard?
No, it's not done yet. It's not done yet because we'll head to that. But Trossard, Arsenal have agreed a deal in principle with Besiktas for the 17 million pounds, which runs up to
20 million euros.
20 million euros. So it's now down to Trossard to agree personal terms with Besiktas, but that's not decided yet.
All right, with
where did he come from?
how did Garnacho enter this discussion now?
Is it because of them always poaching Chelsea's some of Chelsea's players?
Every time there was it's not.
Why didn't you say Arsenal will poach Enzo Fernandez?
I said
maybe
wingers. I said wingers.
Is Pedro Neto not a winger?
Pedro Neto does not like the color red. So we only knew he was not going to go there. So but Garnacho is always eager to move it, and he likes the color red, especially coming from the Red Devils. So he would have been a good fit there. But for Morgan Rogers, well, I don't even know these days with the price tags to these players, 130 million. You have to look at Anderson too for that price tag that he went for
116.
And I'm looking like, is it really worth?
They are about to break the British transfer record in the space of about a month, because that record was held by the Real Madrid. The fee they paid to Borussia Dortmund to land Jude Bellingham, 115. So now City has broken it with 116 for Anderson.
And now
Arsenal for 130.
So within this, as I say, within the space of 1 month, they want to break this record. I don't know if these players are Morgan Rogers has been fantastic. Was fantastic last season. Is
he 130 million fantastic?
130 million fantastic.
In the early part of last season.
In the early part of last season, yes, as Osa said, he was fantastic. He looked to have dipped in form during the closing parts of the season. Then during the cup final, the European Cup final, picked up form again as well. Especially during the European Cup campaign, they picked up form. So for Morgan Rogers, I just don't know. 130 million for that boy is actually quite too much. It's not like he's not been fantastic, but he's not been too fantastic that you say yes, let's give you that 130 million. Let's give you that 130 million. It's not something that he has done season in, season out. His man has had 2 fantastic seasons as well too. You have to look at Alexander Isak and going for that price tag at first. The man did it. We understood for Isak. The man delivered in and out. For Rich too as well. To this someone that won the best German player in the Bundesliga back to back, and also instrumental in them winning an European Cup trophy. But for Morgan Rogers, so fantastic that you earn 130 million. I don't know. Elliot Anderson too, also for that price tag. I don't really know, and I don't want them to flop. I'm not someone that's if they flop with this price tag, I want them to do extremely well. I want them to say, okay, yes, this money that we got him for, maybe it's even is still. That's what you want to look at. But he adds that trickery to us now, and if he's going to feed their play style, I think he will. You still have to look at his ability to shoot from outside the box. Something that was very instrumental in Aston Villa, especially their goals from outside the box. The man was very instrumental there. So for Morgan Rogers, 130 million, still a price tag that
you can't wrap your head around.
I just can't wrap my head around. Like, God. Let's just see if they carry on with that deal. But I think maybe even 110 is even too much for him.
It's too much.
110 is too much.
And Blessing has something to say about this.
Ovi said he does not want them to flop. Rival fans will definitely want them to flop. And for Morgan Rogers to Arsenal for 130, I feel like Aston Villa drops that price because they feel like Arsenal can afford it.
That's an interesting
they
take.
feel like Arsenal can afford.
So they think Arsenal can afford this, but it is not you wouldn't call it the English tax, because there's always an English tax when it has to do with players. There's an Alex Scott that is being marked by Manchester United, Arsenal, and City too. Yeah. Bournemouth have set a price valuation of 100 on his head. Alex Scott has had one good season, to the best of my memory. So you would not call it an English players tax?
Not really. We saw I think that was RB Leipzig dropping over 100 million for
Yan
Dumandi. And in fact, Liverpool went up to get it and they rejected that bid. We've had this argument before, and seriously, Alex, it is a whole lot. So clubs would want to milk and get that money. If you come for my player, I look at it's just like in the market. If you go to the market, our normal market, the trader would size you first. Be like, this one carry car, this one no carry car. Come, when you want price markets, then feel double and times two. So Morgan Rogers, I do not think he's up to that. He's up to that amount that is being set for him right now. But I feel like what is happening here is that Aston Villa feels that Arsenal has the money for him. And so if they want to get him, they feel like, okay, let us just sell this guy for a high amount that would at least get us something into our pockets. I do not think he's worth the amount, but it's just Aston Villa doing business.
Okay, so you do not also want to put this as a club potentially just wanting to make a transfer as difficult as possible, because we saw Napoli when they were still having contractual agreements with a certain Victor Osimhen, and the Italian clubs that approached them in terms of Inter Milan and Juventus to ask for Victor Osimhen's release clause, or maybe a price to pay, a fair price to pay. The estimated value for the striker under their contract was over 100, and the Italian clubs all fled. But outside, Galatasaray got him for 73 in add-ons, plus add-ons, I meant to say. Is this just a repetition of clubs trying to make deals as difficult as possible for certain clubs?
You can also look at it from that angle. Like you said, Victor Osimhen was a very prolific striker when he was in Napoli. He was getting the goals, and he was on fire in Napoli. And for another Italian club, for example, let's say AC Milan coming to get him, they would now have that firing power and an advantage over Napoli. So you would say, okay, they do not want to give the other club as coming to a club in the English Premier League. He's still good. He's still good. At the beginning of the season, he was good, and he was firing for Aston Villa. Just like you said, Aston Villa can be coming from that angle. They might not want other English Premier League clubs to have this person that they think is a star for them, so they raise up the amount. So if anybody wants to get him, at least let them get him and know that something have gone out of their pocket. At the end of the day, like I said, it is just business.
It's all business in the end, by blessing. We are going to stick with Arsenal because Besiktas, as I mentioned earlier when talking to OVA about the possible sale of Leandro Trossard, yes, they have agreed a 17.1 million euros, which is a 20 million pound deal with Arsenal to sign Belgian winger Leandro Trossard. Now, the deal will see Arsenal reportedly get 15.4 million euros up front and 1.7 million euros in add-ons for the 31-year-old. Now, Trossard, who is at the World Cup with Belgium, only has 1 year left on his Arsenal contract. He joined Arsenal from Brighton in 2023. Sky Sports News previously reported that there could be at least one departure in the Arsenal front line if they recruit in that position, as Gabriel Jesus and Gabriel Martinelli also have a year left on their contract, though the club do have a 1 year option to extend for Gabriel Martinelli. It's also reported that the club would consider offers for the trial, but will not allow anyone to leave on the cheap, because they will be seeking at least 18 to 20 million euros for Gabriel Jesus. Now, Jesus and Martinelli saw their game time being limited throughout the course of the season, while Leandro Trossard will turn 32 in December. Ovie, a smart deal for us. Now, they got him for 20 million. If we do the cost breakdown plus the wages they have to pay and the return of player expense, you could say over the last you could say about 4 years since they signed him from Brighton and Hove Albion. Is this a good deal for us now, pending Leandro Trossard's agreement to personal terms, because they have already accepted the bid? It's up to the player now to decide, all right, let's go to Turkey.
For what they've got for Trossard, over the years, you see, acquired him for 20 million, and what he's giving to the club over the years, I think it's a win for them. The man has delivered them a Premier League title and an FA Cup. and he's taking them to the final of the Champions League. But maybe they need something more, and that's why you're looking at Morgan Rogers, and they will need space if they want to give him time to play, because Trossard is a big factor in that Arsenal team. So for Arsenal team, it's a big win for them. We'll see if Trossard accepts it, but I think he's going to leave quietly with the relationship between him and the squad, him and the team. There is no bad blood between them, so it's going to be amicable. Let's see what he does. And you have to look at also age too as well too, coming into the team, and he's almost 33 or so. So the age factor too is also a big one to play, and they need those young, fresh legs, especially with a new rebuild, a new team, and also he's giving his all for the Arsenal team, and to still get him or to still sell him at 20 million. I think it's still for that at that age.
Okay, so I was going to ask, what happens if Leandro Trossard is still waiting to explore his options, maybe a move to somewhere else? He could want to play in Italy, and he's hoping an offer could come in for him. There are clubs there in dire need of a winger. What happens to that communication bridge between him and his club, Arsenal, where they've accepted the deal already, but maybe Trossard does not want the move?
Well, it's to wait for the Italian clubs to come and get him. It's simple. He can hold out on the deal if his agent is actually really working well, and then they get an Italian team that are actually looking for wingers. If it's Napoli, if it's Messi Milan, that are actually looking to acquire his skills, and you do that. But for now, Besiktas are the only people that have tabled an offer, and that list that we know of. Any other thing on the ground, we'll try and uncover that. But for now, Besiktas looks to be the destination for him, and that's the Turkish league. And the Turkish league is, at least right now, it doesn't look like a bad place to go, especially if you're looking to just dwindle out your time and just ease off. I think for me, ease off for me. But you say Gundogan there. We have Nathan Ake also heading there too as well.
Yeah.
Too. So
Victor Osimhen. That's the very first name you should call when you talk about the Turkish Super League.
I said, okay.
Starts putting his foot down.
You're calling Nathan Ake. Victor Osimhen is there.
Victor Osimhen there.
Paulo Nacho.
Leroy Sané there. So and we saw how Galatasaray performed in the Champions League, so they could not be a powerhouse in Europe, but at least they could hold their own. We saw they did it against Liverpool and the rest. So for now, Besiktas have tabled an offer. You will look at that, but I do hope he still plays in Europe.
Okay, now it's left to see if Leandro Trossard is going to be playing in Europe, if he does accept the personal terms with the Turkish side, Besiktas. But right before we board a plane and head out of North London, we are going to still be looking, still there, the last, but definitely not the least, Arsenal's interest in Aston Villa's defender, Ezri Konsa. Yes, Konsa has 2 years remaining on his deal at Villa, and the club will reportedly value him at around £60 million. There it is again. Osas, I cannot help but ask, there it is again. An English defender, an English player, no matter their position, there is always this overpriced. Ezri Konsa is a good player. Is he £60 million good? But I'm coming to you on that one. It's way more than Arsenal would want to part ways to sign that defender. But Arsenal are interested in him, and there has been no bids. It's just been ongoing conversations internally for him. And they're looking to bring, as I did mention, Morgan Rogers. So it's an Aston Villa duo who combined 130-60, that's about £200 million to land these two players at the Emirates.
For Ezri Konsa, I think it's going to be a very ridiculous deal. In fact, it's going to be a deal that should call for the EFCC to come probe Arsenal if they do that, because it's going to be
serious.
Yes, that's serious. It's going to be quite clear that there is something underground that we don't know. For Arsenal to pick a 60 million pounds and go for a 28-year-old Enzri Konsa.
Yeah.
He's 28 years. It's not as if you want to rank the best centre backs in the English Premier League 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think he would be. Would he be placed in that?
No, I don't think.
He's not going to be placed in that. So why would I want? Instead, I would take that money and go to Manchester City and beg for Abdulkadir Kosanov. I would beg for. I would beg Manchester City. Yeah, public begging. Yes, I would tell them that I would go on 4 national newspapers and 4 national television stations and beg you people that you should take the money and give me Kusanov instead. So Kusanov is younger. Kusanov, I think, is even it's higher on the rank when it has to do with the best centre backs right there at the English Premier League. So now, why would I be putting a 60 million pounds on Enzri Konsa at this point? And secondly, Arsenal, are you needing a centre back at this point?
That's a big question.
You have 2 of the best centre backs in the English Premier League, talking about Gabriel Magalhaes as well as William Saliba. You have makeshift centre backs in that team. Calafiori can play as a centre back.
Yeah.
Jurriën Timber can play as a centre back. Christian Mosquera can play as a centre back. If you're looking for centre backs, Ben White can play as a centre back. Even if you want to start looking at converting players, Christian Nogard, you can even push him, deploy him to the centre back. He will play as a centre back.
Did I hear you mention Piero Hincapié too?
Piero Hincapié, I didn't even mention him. He can play as a centre back. So why would you want to invest money? See, Arsenal needs to invest in the midfield. Arsenal needs to invest at the wing backs. Arsenal needs to invest in centre forwards. If you can get a centre forward, it might not be an A-list centre forward, but a centre forward that can complement Victor Gyökeres, or that can give Victor Gyökeres a competition, because I think Victor Gyökeres is too relaxed at this point, because if he looks off his shoulders and he sees the German Havertz, Kai Havertz, he will look at it and say no need to push too much, because number one, Kai Havertz is not at that level. Kai Havertz is not the one that will scare me. But if you have a centre forward who would scare Victor Gyökeres on that number 1 spot, then you will see Victor Gyökeres bring out the best in him. Yes, so Arsenal needs to think wisely and spend wisely at this period. The transfer market in the English Premier League is overbloated these days. That's the reason why you can see a 17-year-old and you're hearing 50 million
I agree
pounds,
with you on that one.
70 million pounds. So you shouldn't just go with the tide. Yes, spend wisely, spend constructively, objectively, at areas where you need those players that you're going for. Enzri Konsa, for me, shouldn't be a consideration.
Okay, as has said, 60 million for a 28-year-old Enzri Konsa is a no-no. Yes, sir. It's finished over there at center court, where Novak Djokovic has taken down Roman Siafulin by 3 sets to 1, 6-3 in the last set. I did tell you earlier that he was up a break and he held through it. Yes, he served and had 3 match points and converted it on the very first one. So Nole into the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. I am so excited to see this. But first of all, Sas, Roman Siafulin ended up with 19 points. I don't understand why we are not celebrating that, because he ended with way more than 16. 18 points. He ended with way more than 16. We should be celebrating him getting more than 16 points.
I think the biggest celebration was him getting 16 points, because he saved tennis. Yeah, he saved tennis with that particular one. But 18 was just an added plus. I don't know. I was asking you where you got that name for Novak Djokovic, because this man is becoming a Serbian immortal. He's becoming...
I heard you call him a vampire.
I called him a Serbian vampire, because the way he regenerates these days, I don't understand. He's so calm on the ball this time, just carefully and softly marching towards the final of the Wimbledon. He's got major contenders in Yannick Sinner and
Sasha
Zverev. That's all. I don't think the likes of Felix Auger-Aliassime, who Davidovic might be knocking out anytime soon, could stand. That guy is just a celebrated world number 4. He should be. Yes, he's the world number 4. He's a celebrated world number 4. I don't know what Ben Shelton is doing in the top 10 for me. I don't know, but
there's a Fritz who reached back-to-back finals on grass.
There's also a Fritz, yes, but Fritz is as unstable as water put on top of a vibrating device. He's just there shaking. So you can see him come up at the ATP 1000s, then all of a sudden in the Grand Slam. He has not always had a very good Grand Slam representation. Apart from last season's US Open, I think he was the one who played. Was that Yannick in the final?
That was Australian Open. That was two seasons
ago. Yes, that's all else. Apart from that, I think the only contention right now because there's a sort of calmness Novak Djokovic is playing with.
Yeah.
It's not the usual. There's that he eases through the game with a high level of tactical inputs. If you watch this game with Safiolin, he beat Safiolin with the tactics. He knew when to go to the byline. He knew when to do those baseline plays. He knew when to do the drop shots. He knew exactly when his volleys would be very, very instrumental to him. That's Novak for you there. I think that thing came with the number of years he has put in tennis. So it's. I think Novak is really underrated in this particular Wimbledon. You might be looking at Yannick Sinner, but it could be Novak who takes this one and makes it
his.
Yes, makes it his, as well as makes it what's the word?
Number 25.
Uhuru,
Finally.
Yes, finally.
Yeah, and I was going to run an agenda against your SAS, but my agenda died before it could even start because Felix Auger-Aliassime was yet to drop a set at the Wimbledon that is still ongoing. Felix Auger-Aliassime is still yet to drop his head, but right now he has dropped one to Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. Yes, but he has dropped that one 7-6 in the first set. It's 4-3, and he's about to serve in the 8th game of the second set. But still, he has been exceptional. So I really do not know your claims about him being unstable. Maybe the world number 4 is beginning to show why he deserves that ranking right there.
Yeah, it could be showing at this point, but look at him clearly. Where did he end in Roland Garros? Let me quickly look at that.
That was the quarters.
Yes. So should a world number 4 be ending at the quarters? Yeah, he ended at the quarters, beaten by Flavio Koboli.
Who went on to play in the finals.
Who went on to play in the finals quite all right. But Koboli, Felix Auger-Aliassime, it shouldn't have been. Koboli was 10th seed in that particular tournament and beating Felix the way he beat him towards the tail end of that one, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4 in straight. It's not straight sets, but it was straight sets. Yes, because he just kept that consistency to the end. And after that, where has Felix been? Quarterfinal at the Libema Open, another quarterfinal at the Terra Votman Open, and here he is at Wimbledon, and you're expecting that he will go beyond the quarterfinal stage. No, this could be the end for him. You can see that Davidovich is leading even in the second set, 4-3 right there. So I'm not so very much convinced with Felix Auger-Aliassime. The Canadian has just been there. I think it's just that we don't have multiple players performing in tennis like back in the days where we had who am I going to use now? There was a particular period where we had Andre Agassi.
Other than the big four.
Yeah, other than the big four, yes. I want to go back to the days of Andre Agassi.
Okay.
At that period, we also had Hewitt. He was there. We had Blake was there. You could mention about 8 players who were
at the top.
Yes, at the top at that period. So it's just that at this point is either you call Sinner or you call Alcaraz. Maybe you just add a 39-year-old Novak and maybe a Sasha Zverev who is still trying to come up. Then the rest is just come and complete this square. That's the reason why we see Felix Auger-Aliassime at that point.
All right. So now from there, we will head on to board a plane, as I did mention. We'll leave North London and fly to Merseyside and the red side of Merseyside, where Liverpool will have to wait until Bradley Barcola and France exit the World Cup before they can sign the Paris Saint-Germain winger, according to Fabrizio Romano, transfer specialist. Now, Liverpool, as we know, initially targeted RB Leipzig's Yan Diomande to replace Mohamed Salah on the right flank and proposed a huge deal worth 100 million euros, up to 86 million pounds. However, Diomande would rather join Paris Saint-Germain this summer, prompting the two-time Champions League winners to open talks with RB Leipzig. That decision has forced Liverpool into a rethink. And on Friday, Romano stated that PSG's own Barcola is now Liverpool's main target to bolster their attack. Fabrizio said, it has to be a big proposal, so it's on Liverpool. For example, Liverpool have Barcola on top of their list. So Barcola is always on Liverpool's list. I told you this for months. I always told you, don't forget Barcola. And now, here we are with Barcola as a serious target for Liverpool. But obviously, it depends financially what they can do in order to reach an agreement with Paris Saint-Germain. So we have to keep a close eye on the deal. He also provided the following updates today. He said, many of you keep asking me, is it true that Barcola prefers one club more than the other? I can guarantee you that the French international is keeping everything open. First point, while he's at the World Cup with France, nothing will happen. Second point is that PSG want big money. And the third point is that Bradley Barcola is not considered an untouchable player by PSG. He's important for PSG, but he's not untouchable. It means that PSG would be happy to continue with him. But if a big proposal arrives to the player and to the club, he will be on his way. Very, very interesting point, Osas. I want to start from you right there. First point, of course, no deal is happening while he's at the World Cup. Secondly, PSG wants big money. And the third point, he's not untouchable. If a huge offer comes, he has to leave, or he could be shown the doors to exit Paris Saint-Germain. Over 100 million in valuation. The exact price is yet to be stated. Arsenal and Liverpool vying for a signature. Liverpool missing out on Yan Diomande's interest. Now have Barcola at the top of their list. Osas, how is this deal unfolding?
I think it will unfold to favor whichever person puts down more money. Yes, Bradley Barcola naturally in Arsenal would start at the left wing, and it will be easier for him because it's Gabriel Martinelli and out of form, unfavored Gabriel Martinelli, so he was just sinking easily. He was sinking easily in that particular one. For Liverpool, he will be replacing Mohamed Salah, and also be contending with the young Rio Ngomoha. Nobody wants to contend with a young Rio Ngomoha at this point because Ngomoha is beginning to peak. So in terms of that, if I was Bradley Barcola, if I was to make a choice, I'll go to Arsenal. No sentiments here. Don't look at me like that. I'm only looking at where it's going to be easier because I think for Arsenal, he'll just fit in easily. There is no Arsenal faithful right now that will have a Bradley Barcola and still give Gabriel. In fact, if Bradley Barcola comes, Arsenal will start listening to offers coming for Gabriel Martinelli, obviously. But he could just be there as a backup plan for Bradley Barcola. But for Liverpool, a lot, because you're going to be inheriting the big shoes of Mohamed Salah. So there's a huge pressure on your shoulders if first 3, 4, 5, 6 matches you don't step in with that performance. The coach begins to consider Rio Ngomoha, who was there with Salah and at some point showed Salah that I could be the heir to the throne that you're leaving. Yes. And I don't think Brady would want to get to that point where he gets to contest with a performing Rio Ngomoha. So, but for PSG, they have stated it that what they are looking at is who brings in the money. Can Arsenal dole out? These days, I don't know what Liverpool are on. I don't know what they've joined, but they are very good at pulling out, at spending money. We saw last season 400 million pounds counting.
About 4 to 5 players.
Yes. So
and this summer too, 100 million for Yan Diomande, who rejected them.
That's what I said. I don't know what they have joined, and I don't know, but I don't think Arsenal would want to compete with Liverpool when it has to do with, because Arsenal seem to be a team that has got a bit of a balanced squad and are not just in a rebuilding process. You know, when teams are rebuilding, that's when they spend recklessly. Yes, because sometimes they are, as we usually say in our local palace, their eyes they red. You can take Chelsea for an example.
Yeah.
When they are rebuilding, they just want to, maybe this one is this back. Yes. So they are not thinking probably cautiously and prudently. Yeah. So for Liverpool, they have the money. They have the money backing right now. They could meet PSG at that particular requirement. But why I said Bakola has an input in this. If the player says this is where I want to go to, you can't. I think he has about 2 years, a year or 2 years left on his contract.
Yeah.
If he says this is where I want to go to, the back and forth. Now you can see from Julian Alvarez. He says this is where I want to go to. Yes, Atletico Madrid had to scatter the ground, scatter. But at last, you're seeing Diego Simeone say, let's let this guy go. I don't want to keep a player who is not playing for me with his spirit, soul, and body. Yeah, so that could also be to Arsenal's advantage if Bakola prefers a move to Arsenal. As I said before, if I were to be him, Arsenal would have been the destination, because look at him. He needs someone to put trust in him, because Bakola has lost his place in PSG. Since the arrival of Kiviskas Kvaratskhelia, he has lost his place in PSG.
Yeah.
So if he needs to build himself back, he needs a place that faith will be put in him. So Arsenal would have been a better option for him. But what PSG is asking, I don't think Arsenal will be able to match Liverpool if Liverpool wants to go toe-to-toe for Brady Bakola. Now they've lost Yan Diomande. They will be angry. They are like wounded lions. So any person who comes this time, they will want to dole out the cash to get whatever they want.
Yeah.
So, but fine. I think at the end of the day, if I want to look through my spectacles, if I want to look through my Google, if I want to look through my projection ball, are you
Osaka with the outfit?
Yes, with the outfit. I hope she gets the better of Sabalenka, who is just simple. Osaka coming like the samurai. I saw Taylor Fritz also come like I don't know what he came, I don't know what he came
Roger
like.
Federer blazer.
So I don't know all these too many dressings. I hope he doesn't. I can't forget one fight in boxing. I think that was Deontay Wilder. He came out looking like he came out looking like he wore this mask stuff, looking so heavy and all of that. And they come beat him. They beat him. So, all these things you have to be careful how you come out, because sometimes you're coming out looking so flamboyant like this could anger your opponent, and they will now deal with you in a way that you don't like. But back to what we are saying. I think no one can compete with Arsenal can compete with Liverpool for Bradley Bakola when it has to do with the cash. So it has to be the player to want to tilt towards Arsenal to stay. But as I said before, Arsenal seems to be the right direction or destination for him. But for me, looking in, I think Liverpool will get this one over Arsenal.
Okay. Yes, that's a game, or as Osaka did mention, Naomi Osaka against world number one of the WTA ranking, Arina Sabalenka, is set to commence very, very shortly. Now, interesting stats about this game is that throughout the course of this year, Sabalenka and Naomi Osaka have met in every round of 16 matchup that they've been in the same tournaments together. So it's from Australia Open round of 16 to Roland Garros round of 16. There's Wimbledon yet again. But apart from that, there's been two WTA tournaments they also met in the round. So it's the round of 16 course.
Has had the best.
Has won all.
So she has had the better of her. I don't know if on the biggest of stages, because Naomi. I just feel that there could be a shock here. Sabalenka seems to be the top 5 WTA players still remaining. Is she not the only one? Elena Rybakina is out.
Iga
Swiatek is out.
Yeah.
Who is number 4? Mira Andreeva is out.
Yeah, Mira was 7. Mira is 7.
Mira is 7th.
I think
Amanda Nisimova is out. So
there is
I'm trying
Jessica Pegula.
Jessica Pegula,
like 5th or 6th.
5th. Okay, so I think let me look at the WTA rankings. But when it comes to the top 5, I think she's the only one standing right now, and we saw how it went in Wimbledon. At a point when all of them, the top guys, okay, Jessica Pegula is third, Mira Andreeva is fourth, and Coco Gauff is still there, top five. So I feel Osaka could have the better of Sabalenka today, so that Sabalenka can join the likes of Iga Swiatek and Elena Rybakina out of the tournament. We still want to see a tournament that will be won by a fresher, just like it was for Roland Garros just a couple of weeks back. So that's exactly what I want to see. I just feel Naomi Osaka could have the better of Sabalenka in this particular one. Okay. Let's see how it goes.
All right. And now just to really tip you off and keep a close eye on this Czechian international Karolina Mukova, who has been playing exceptional grass tennis alongside USA's Madison Keys. They've been playing exceptional since the grass season started. They are both into the round of 16 and they are still surviving. I think Mukova was up a set to Barbara Krejcikova earlier today, and I will get the full-time results concerning that match. But we're still on the topic of Bradley Bakula. Victor was a halftime substitute. He rejoins us here in the studio. Victor, this is a case of paying money or spending heavy to get this player. Now, there was a certain Yan Diomande, as Osas did mention, they failed to get him, but this player has only openly stated that he wants or he would prefer a move to Paris Saint-Germain over Liverpool. They could still go in to a money battle for a player who does not want them, and a lot of persons will say, why are you settling for someone who does not pick your club as the first choice? But then there's an option to fight the money battle with PSG. Do you stay to fight that battle and see if you can still land Yan Diomande, the Ivorian, at Anfield, or do you prioritize Bradley Bakula?
Is Diamande really worth that amount? That's one question we should ask. I mean, you look at a few years ago, let's take a trip like 10, 13 years back.
Yeah.
When Gareth Bale joined Real Madrid, I mean, I think that was 89 million or 86 million. But he just won the Premier League Player of the Year just before he left for Real Madrid. I mean, look at Cristiano Ronaldo. I mean, that's still a whole lot of money when it comes to present day 2026. But the man won the Ballon d'Or. He won the Champions League. Those 6 seasons at Man United were really stellar seasons for Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, fast forward to 15, 20 years later, and then you're hearing ridiculous amount of money for players. And Liverpool, it seems like they don't learn. They don't learn at all. I mean, last season they paid Alexander Isak British record fee. They also paid Florian Wirtz as well, over 100 million for these two players. And quote and unquote, these guys are flops. You could say Isak had his own fair share of injuries, but the games where we saw Alexander Isak play, this man was either below average or just once in a while performance, once in a blue moon performance from Isak. Wirtz as well. When you've been the poster boy of a team for years, even right from a very young age, Florian Wirtz. I mean, if you don't know Florian Wirtz, if you play FIFA, you should know Florian Wirtz very well. The man has been there. He's a young player, but he comes into the team and then struggles. Why? Before, you could say Liverpool are that team that gets their transfer very accurate. Virgil van Dijk, 75 million, but the man lived up to the billings. Alisson Becker as well, their goalkeeper, 63 million. He lived up to his billings as well. The likes of Fabinho as well in that midfield, they all lived up to the billings. Mohamed Salah, they got Salah for just 34 million. It wasn't as if Salah was Salah wasn't, in quote, a marquee signing when he joined Liverpool. It was just one player. Okay, you didn't make it at Chelsea, and then you go to Roma, you're scoring goals. That's it. Nobody expected Salah to hit those numbers. Sadio Mane as well was very big player at Southampton. At some point, he scored he has a record for the quickest hat-trick in the Premier League. So these guys they come with then players signing for a huge amount of money. They came with reputation of having good records. Yes, you could say stats don't really matter, but stats are those numerical representations of what happens in the pitch. So these days, Diamande, we saw him at the World Cup. 0 shots on target, 0 goals for the Ivorian national team. That's Ivory Coast. And he started most of those games. So this man is moving from Leipzig to the Premier League for 120 million euros. and there's a whole lot of expectations on him. I don't blame him when he wants to join PSG. If you're joining PSG, the expectations there are less. You're joining a team where you get to only compete against Monaco or maybe Lyon or Marseille, and the team is already well furnished. Kvaratskhelia, Dembele, 2 times Champions League winner. So it's just like you're walking into greener pastures more than coming into Liverpool and then you find all your ways struggling. So for me, for Liverpool, I think it's a bad deal for them. Rion Gumaha is still there, like Osans mentioned. You just have to get another midfielder to compete with him. 60-70 million, you should get a good midfielder to a good winger to compete with Ngomoha. Now you go to Bakola. Bakola is a bench warmer. 2 seasons ago he started, or 3 seasons ago he was starting, but coming in with Kvaratskhelia he's either battling with Kvaratskhelia or he's battling with Desire Doué. Now he's a good player, he's a quality, he's a young player, not really quality, but there still comes with this expectation of, is he going to be a starter? I mean, you're starting for a Liverpool, a Premier League team, coming from a PSG in the French Ligue 1, in UEFA coefficients, is a Premier League, Spain, the La Liga, the German League, the Serie A, and then the Ligue 1. So the disparity is so much that
the Portuguese league actually moved up above the French league,
above the Ligue 1.
Above the Ligue 1.
So there's a whole lot of disparity.
The Ligue 1 was 6th as at the last time those rankings came out. The Ligue 1 was 6th in those rankings, with Netherlands, the Dutch Eredivisie, closely behind too.
So they're just setting up these guys to fail. Why? Because the transfers are the amount of money, they are just too huge. You could say every player is going for 100 million these days, but when you come to this club and you don't perform, those English fans, they will come after you on social media, whether you're white, you're black, they don't care. For Diamonde is even worse for him. Like, he's a black player. They will come after him, his Instagram, everywhere, right there in the pitch, everyone will come after him. So for Liverpool, I think they need to be smart with their business. During Jurgen Klopp and the FSG, when the FSG started, they were really, really smart with their business. But these days, it's just like the market is inflated and everyone is just going out there to go and buy whatever you want to buy. And when you buy these players, one season in, we're already seeing that they are flaws, but just for the fact that you paid huge amount of money for them, you give them chances, 2-3 seasons, and while other clubs are picking up players with even cheaper amount of money and then are getting. So for Liverpool, I think Diamonde shouldn't go for 100 million. Diamonde should be a 50 million, 60 million player. But Bakola should be a 50, 60 million player, whether inflation or not. They should actually look at the metrics and the stats and compare if these guys will be able to live up to the expectations. If not, those two guys are a no-no for me for Liverpool.
Wow, that's a really, really strong argument coming from Victor's perspective, where he is trying to insinuate that they are both overpriced, and the transfer market as a whole right now is in flames when you have to look at the pricing. Well, from there we'll just head over to Spain, and we head to the capital, where Real Madrid have signed a Netherlands fullback Denzel Dumfries. And guys, from here on we are just going to speed run through the transfers that we have that are confirmed, the rumors that are set to go, and we'll see how it all unfolds. Now, the transfer fee has not been confirmed yet. The Spanish side have reportedly activated the 30-year-old's release clause, which was 20 million euros, which is 17.1 million pounds. Yes, the right-sided player is Real's fourth signing after Marc Cucurella, Bernardo Silva, and Ibrahima Konate, and is set to provide competition to England international Trent Alexander-Arnold following the retirement of Dani Carvajal. Dumfries helped Inter win the Serie A title twice and the Coppa Italia 3 times. He made 207 appearances for the Nerazzurri. He claimed 27 goals and he assisted 28, and he helped the Netherlands reach the last 32 at this summer's World Cup. Now, Real, who have failed to win a trophy last season, and the president Florentino Perez promised to strengthen the club's defensive options during his successful re-election, having also brought in Jose Mourinho as a manager for his second spell. Ovi, Denzel Dumfries to Real Madrid, good deal, goodbye, just very quickly.
A very good deal for Real Madrid, who look to be rebuilding the Galacticos, and they're trying to solidify their defense. The attack is, as we all know, quite quite a handful, and they have trouble in defense. Especially when you have to look at that right back position, Trent has not really delivered there, and Dumfries will give you that both on the defensive side and both on the offensive side. So a good deal for them for Real Madrid. Now, we know they still want to acquire more, especially with the rumors of them wanting to acquire Michael Olise. But for Dumfries from Milan to Real Madrid, a big deal for the Dutchman, and I can't wait to see what he does deliver in the Madrid side.
Okay, it's left to see what Denzel Dumfries is going to offer, but one thing he is definitely going to offer is that bit of defensive stability. We'll head back to England, where Brentford are nearing a move for Burnley forward Jadon Anthony for a 15 million fee up to 17 million with add-ons. Yes, Brentford have already signed defender Yannick Schuster from RB Salzburg in a deal worth up to 16 million euros, including add-ons. Jadon Anthony left Arsenal in 2016 without making an appearance for the senior team, but then established himself at Bournemouth after loan spells at Weymouth and Leeds United. Now, he joined Burnley on loan from Bournemouth in 2024 with the move made permanent last summer. Burnley, as we all know, were relegated after one season in the top flight, and they faced West Ham in their first game back in the Championship on 16th of August. Now, Brentford narrowly missed out on European qualification, finishing ninth on goal difference, and they play Tottenham in their opening Premier League fixture. Now, Manchester United are still staying in England, exploring a move for Chelsea midfielder Andre Santos. It's claimed that no club-to-club talks have taken place, but the 22-year-old has reportedly been on Man United's radar for a while. But any transfer would largely depend on the asking price. It's also claimed Chelsea will not block a move for the Brazilian if it suited all parties. Now, a potential United move for Santos comes after midfield targets Elliot Anderson, Matheus Fernandes joined Manchester City and Tottenham respectively, and the potential conclusion of that Sandro Tonali deal to Tottenham. So, Blessing, it is Manchester United looking at Andre Santos from Chelsea. Is this a deal they should pursue very, very quickly, Blessing?
They were going on for other midfielders, Matheus Fernandes, and even the guy that went on to Man City. Man City took that deal off Manchester United.
Elliot Anderson.
Yeah, Manchester United coming on to get Wesley Fofana. Well, I would not say it is a good buy based on the people they were looking at, but we cannot. Wesley Fofana is not really bad, but he's not.
Andre Santos.
Sorry, Andre Santos. He's not really bad, but he's not part of. I would say he's not part of the top midfielders right now. But Manchester United, they would just be looking at anything in the market, since what they were actually going for did not really get into the bag. The midfielders they were gunning for did not really get to them at the end of the day.
All right, even the Andres, I thought it was an 8-year deal given to him by Chelsea. Who wants to go and put her in trouble?
It was an 8-year deal.
Okay, so now how many years has this? The more the number of years you have left,
the harder it is for them to let go.
Yeah, so now it's going to be big trouble for Manchester United. Have you told them, Blessing? Let them know.
I think they just want to get what they can.
And is it a worthy replacement for Casemiro?
Or the injured Ugarte?
Or the injured Manuel Ugarte? I think I'll leave that to Victor to answer.
Maybe it's a third option. It could actually be a third option. I mean, the man doesn't even start for Chelsea.
Chelsea, yeah.
In the ladder, in that defensive midfield positions for Chelsea, you have and then Andre Santos. There is one other young player, I think Esugo.
Yeah,
yes, a defensive midfielder as well. So these guys are, even if the man remains in Chelsea this season, he'll most likely be sent to loan or come off from the bench for their Carabao Cup games or their FA Cup games. So him going to Manchester United will actually elevate him one step further or one place higher in the pecking order, maybe behind another midfielder. And for Manchester United, it could be a cheaper option for them. If they could get the man 30-40 million or thereabout, add-ons could make it 50 million, depending on how the market is today. But I don't think it's that signing that is coming in to replace either Ugarte or Casemiro. I think he's just coming in to just fill up the bench spots.
Okay, now that is left to see, but Manchester United have also held initial exploratory talks with West Ham about a deal for Christensen Somerville. United are not the only club from the Premier League interested in Somerville, and his future is expected to be clarified in the next few weeks after Netherlands were knocked out of the World Cup by Morocco. Also, very quickly, Christensen Somerville from a relegated West Ham to Manchester United, good deal or just... It's just there.
Obviously a good deal. Obviously a good deal. He's got that's an upgrade coming from West Ham. Remember, West Ham has been relegated
yeah.
Coming to Manchester United, who would be plying their trade in the UEFA Champions League for the incoming season, is obviously an upgrade. Is he going to... I think with Christensen Somerville coming in, could be some little troubles for Amad Diallo. It could be some little troubles for Amad Diallo from that right-hand side. So I don't really know, but I think he would have his chance right there at Manchester United. For me, it's a good deal. It's a good deal for both parties, Manchester United as well as Christensen Somerville. A chance for him to continue with his brilliant 2025-2026 season in the English Premier League, and now with a bigger club, a club that's got pedigree, a club that would also be in Europe. It could be just like the butter paste on the bread for Christensen Somerville in this season.
Okay, now while that is left to see, we'll just head over very, very quickly to the saga that is ongoing between DFB, Jurgen Klopp, and Red Bull. As Red Bull, they want a fee for Jurgen Klopp to become a Germany boss. Yes, the talks are underway for the ex-Liverpool boss to take over from Julian Nagelsmann, who quit following Germany's shock last 32 exit at the World Cup. Now, DFB president Bernd Neuendorf is in negotiations with Red Bull, where Klopp is the global head of football and has a contract until 2029. But some figures at Red Bull were unhappy with the DFB's press release, which publicly mentioned talks with Klopp. Red Bull's shareholders are now insisting on a fee from the DFB, who have never paid compensation to appoint a national team boss. A first meeting between a DFB delegation, Klopp, and his agent Mark Kosick is scheduled to take place in New York next week, where senior representatives from Red Bull may also attend. Klopp has confirmed that he wants to become a Germany boss and is ready to return to management 2 years on from his Liverpool exit. So very, very quickly, I'll still stay with you on this one. DFB, which is the German board for the national side, have never appointed or have never parted with a fee when it has to do with the appointment of a coach for the German national side. But they are required to do that by Jurgen Klopp's contractual side, which is the Red Bull Group of Sports, where he is the head of football in that department. Do you pay the money, get the man, or are you just going to find a way around it?
I think Jurgen Klopp should be a huge upgrade for the German national team. I don't think I can remember any coach but Joachim Löw.
Maybe.
No, Joachim Löw. Did he have the kind of pedigree that Jurgen Klopp had?
I mean, he won the World Cup.
No, before coming into the German job.
Like preview.
I think this is the most, in terms of pedigree, this is the most Germany will have before taking over the job.
Yeah.
Yes. Nagelsmann, how did he win a UEFA Champions League?
No.
He didn't win a UEFA Champions League. So we're talking about a Jurgen Klopp who is a UEFA Champions League winner. You just must go all out to get him at this point if a fee is required. Remember, the man is not just left fallow; he is hooked up somewhere. Yes, because if you wanted to get a coach who is already entrusted or who is already in contract with another national team, you must find a way to maybe break off that contract. He's on a contract, so if it's that important to you, you will need to get him at the right fee. And if you pay that fee, I think you would understand the importance and the quality of Jurgen Klopp, because that German team needs a coach with a pedigree. Yes, that German team needs a coach with a pedigree.
Okay. Well, we'll just quickly look at other transfers from around the world, where Eliezer Mayenda is having the second part of his medical ahead of his move from Sunderland to Rennes. It's understood that the deal is worth in the region of £22 million. Yes. Also, Everton have agreed a £24 million pounds deal with Chelsea to sign Tyreek George on a permanent deal. Yes, that deal is an initial 18 million pounds, which would rise up to 24 million with add-ons. He made 11 Everton appearances last season, but did not register a goal or an assist. Elsewhere, Riyad Mahrez has left Saudi Pro League club Al Ahly after 3 seasons. The club have confirmed the departure of the winger who famously helped Leicester City to Premier League glory before going on to lift the title 4 more times with Manchester City. And Al Ahly, who are back-to-back AFC Champions League winners, have confirmed that the Algerian will step away after he also announced his retirement from the national side. Also, Como are preparing a second offer for Chelsea defender Trevor Chalobah, but there is also an Italian side in Internazionale who are sniffing around, are weighing up an offer of their own to rival that of their Serie A rivals there. And Fenerbahce have completed the signing of defender Nathan Ake from Manchester City in an £8.5 million deal. Bournemouth's 22-year-old English midfielder Alex Scott is wanted by Arsenal, United, City and Chelsea. United and England midfielder Kobe Mainoo remains on Real Madrid's radar as they look to reinforce their midfield. Manchester City have told would-be suitors, including Real Madrid, that Portuguese defender Ruben Diaz is not for sale this summer. Roma are also ready to accelerate a 45 million euros move for Marseille's English forward Mason Greenwood. Now, Paris Saint-Germain know that they would likely have to offer a historic fee to price Argentina forward Julian Alvarez away from Atletico Madrid, and Atletico Madrid are preparing a new offer for Sporting captain Morten Helmand after having a 35 million euros bid rejected for the Denmark midfielder. West Ham are interested in signing Everton's English winger Dwight McNeil, who is 26. They are interested in bringing him over to the side this summer. And former Netherlands defender Daley Blind is closing in on a return to Ajax after leaving Spanish club Girona. Yes, it's time to head over to the phone lines as regards these transfers. It's 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. Is there an English tax when it has to do with these players who are being put up there for exorbitant amount of money? Yes, on the transfer market. And Arsenal, they are turning their attention and making their priority target a certain Morgan Rogers. Is it going to be a good deal for the Gunners? Liverpool are sticking with Bradley Barcola. You can call in 0810 9510 951. Hello, Kala. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Kabulabari, welcome.
Yeah, about Liverpool transfer, I just asked something. Liverpool, beat German, they're waiting, they call that guy. They no carry that kind of money, go pay for that guy. Liverpool will pay for Florent Wies. We never even see that one. Then they won't say they won't spend that amount of money for that kind of player. How many goals we don't score for work of winning player? Shot he no score one goal.
He did not register a shot on target.
So how then they put that kind of price tag for head? Say waiting. So for Liverpool, may them just take what happened to Florent Wies. May them not go make that kind of mistake again. Instead, may them give chance to Ngomoa. Or then go just find any, like, make that coach enter Bournemouth. He go see player, we go use play for that salary with Ngomoa. Instead of them to pay 100 million for either Diomande or if Bakola go agree. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, so if Bakola, if they can buy Bakola for supporting Ngomoa, make them go, make them buy, because I don't say maybe money no will pay rich waiting and they put for that Diomande, but that money make them not pay for Diomande head.
But Kabulabari, would you spend up to 100? Would you spend up to 100 on Bradley Barcola?
I know we spend. I know if I don't try, I feel say 80 for me. I will give him 80, but 100 I not go give him.
Okay.
But Liverpool, I beg, they want that coach make him find another defender, or let me say just defender. We fit convert him either to play that midfield, make him find another defender, put for that Liverpool defense. If not, we will still get problems this season. Thank you.
All right, Kabulobari. Thank you very much for that one right there. Yes, you could keep the calls coming in. As we did say, there were lots and lots to talk about as regards the transfer special. It's 0810-9510-951. You could also send in your text via the SMS and WhatsApp portal to 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. As I did say, Arsenal making Morgan Rogers a priority target for the club going into next season. They're making him, but Aston Villa have dropped a stunning 130 million euros price tag. Pay or leave it. There's also the issue of the fellow Villan compatriot in Ezri Konsa, also going for just around 60 million pounds. He's a 28-year-old, yes, an English international. It brings up the topic. The English tax, is it really a thing? There's Bradley Barcola and Liverpool, who I did ask the question, are they going to want to go into a bidding war with a player who says, I would prefer a move to France instead of England? Are they willing to go into a bidding war with Paris Saint-Germain and try to see if they could still price a certain Yan Diomande? Are they going to stick with him, or is Bradley Barcola going to move to the top of their market list as their number one target? Is he going to re-emerge as their number one target when he has to do with signings that are going to potentially be made? And there's a defensive arrangement, or there's a defensive addition to Real Madrid's squad in Denzel Dumfries and his 20 million release clause that was being paid by the Spanish side, Real Madrid, to bring him over to the Bernabeu. Yes, so it's him going to take over from the reins of Dani Carvajal. But other than that, there is also a really, really good chance for him to play or to get minutes over Englishman Trent Alexander-Arnold. 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. Please do well to call back, because that seemed to be a drop call situation right there. 0810-9510-951. Your SMS and WhatsApp portal doubles at 0701-933-9962. Hello, Kala. Good evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening.
Yeah. Your name and where you're calling from?
Sylvester. I'm calling from Ugonoko.
All right, let's have your thoughts.
It's the most peaceful community in Abroad, the local community.
Let's have your thoughts. Welcome.
First of all, let me start with your club. From Red Bull to the German national team.
All right.
It's the welcome development. The spear take the spear hold. So Germany need the coach with pedigree, just like I'm earlier said. German national team, since the departure of Jacqueline Lowe, they have not found somebody that will take the full responsibility of that team. And the German players, they are full of pride. So they need a coach that is also have pedigree that they will respect him, just like Jose Mourinho went to Real Madrid. And for Arsenal, talk about the contract. Contract is huge. For them, using over 15 million pounds to buy contract is like wasting their money.
Yeah.
Just like the way Liverpool waste money on 7 weeks and the rest. They are not bringing in results. If not for the fact that Hugo Ekiteke helped them last season.
Yeah.
If not, it was a very big waste. They wasted their money, and that was where the board stuck and it flopped. So reckless spending. Coming to my club, Chelsea.
Okay.
I'm a diehard fan of Chelsea. So much love Chelsea. In fact, it's very soon my blood will come a blue blood. I don't know who they are going for, but I want them to sell all those Andre Santos, Dari Sugo, Chavez, Redovan, and even Terry George. All of them, wipe them away, bring talented players. Go to Aruba Lasby. Aruba Lasby has players, talented players. Let's go to Paris Saint-Germain. Tell Paris Saint-Germain that we just need physical capacity. Bring them. Because we are billionaire club.
Yeah.
We have money. And let's go to Cape Verde and take that their goalkeeper.
The 40-year-old.
Yes.
The 40-year-old.
Yeah, the 40-year-old. Yes. That guy has the managerial capability.
Wow.
He's a very good stopper.
Mm.
Let me tell you what Lionel Messi tell that guy after embracing him. He said, "You are good. The people should be proud of you."
Yeah.
Yes, that was he told that very goalkeeper. That guy is good.
All right.
I learned that 2 clubs in Brazil are looking for his signature. Yes, that was I heard.
All right.
So they should go, and they should also know that. The owners of Chelsea are not happy.
Yeah.
Alonso should always remember that he is in a hot seat. We don't want to experience the first managerial casualty in Premiership this coming season. So we should be very, very careful with the way we do things with Chelsea Football Club. Then for Liverpool, I think they will go for this season. They should not be spending carelessly.
Yeah.
Then let me flash a little light on Arsenal.
Could you make it very quick, please?
Yes, Arsenal is a stable team. No need for them going to spend money, this, that.
Okay.
But the lot of Leonardo transfer that they want to spend will be a very big loss to them if they allow that guy to go.
Okay.
They should not allow that guy to go because I love that guy more than anything Kai Havertz. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one right there. But this is as much as we can take on the show. I'm Kabari Alexander. I did this with Ovie Wallace, with Osas the Demigod in the world of sports, with Victor and with Blessing Thompson. You can catch us tomorrow by 6:30 for Sports Attack. And we're also going to do this yet again by 3 p.m. It's going to be the regular Today Sport Live, not the marathon edition. The next voice you're going to be hearing is that of Queen when it's time to give you the news updates. But first, we'll be heading to the market to pay some bills. So on that note, I say stay blessed and stay lifted, and I'll catch you on the flip side.
Card, we can save our country, Nigeria. Fellow Nigerians, greetings from the grassroots independent voters. Their compatriots, we deemed it necessary to remind us that the time to choose our leaders is here again, and it's our obligation to obtain our voters' cards as the only required instrument to save Nigeria from utter destruction. And we can only achieve this by participating in the next general election with the aim of entrenching the right leaders. Therefore, we must vote wisely to win proudly for a better Nigeria. Our vote must count as we say no to vote buying, vote selling, vote stealing, and other forms of electoral corruption. This is a message powered by the Grassroots Independent Voters, GIVE. For contact, call 0707-062-5367 or 0803-673-4997.